All right, Sven, can you see people connecting, or do you think we're good?
I think we're good to go. Yeah, it's sort of steady now. Yeah.
Yeah, great. Okay, good morning, everybody. I'd like to take this opportunity to welcome you to the online symposium that Sven has kindly sort of coordinated and put together. I believe as of yesterday, we had 166 people that have registered an interest, and obviously some of those people may be coming and going throughout the day, which obviously feel free to use the Zoom link to do that. But obviously when you rejoin, please just double check that your microphone is muted. So the symposium is exercise and weight management in persons with a spinal cord injury. What I'd like to start with really is just to give a bit of a backdrop of where this particular symposium has come from. And that is that at Loughborough University, we are the home to the Peter Harrison Centre for Disability Sports. Sven, can you just, are you able to control microphones? Great, thanks. And at Loughborough, the particular centre that I'm alluding to has a mission, the mission of which is to improve knowledge about Paralympic sport and to promote the substantial health and quality of life benefits that can be gained through participation in disability sport and physical activity. We've been quite fortunate that we have received funding from the Peter Harrison Foundation now for over 10 years. But what that's enabled us to do is run some quite niche projects in the area of physical activity, exercise and sports. At Loughborough University, we might be well known for high performance sport, and obviously we have got a great para sport offering now at the high performance ends. But here at Loughborough, and through our collaboration with the School of Sport and Exercise and Health Sciences, and also the sort of housing of the National Centre for Sport and Exercise Medicine, it's really sort of engaged our focus around persons with a spinal cord injury, where we've gleaned sort of knowledge from academics, from exercise physiology, psychology, sociology, and we've really sort of hit the agenda around health and well-being, as well as the sporting performance. And that's where this agenda and the symposium really comes from, is more the sort of end of the spectrum around physical activity and health and well-being. That said, in our journey across the 10 years, we were quite fortunate that we received quite a large grant from the Coca-Cola Foundation about 6 years ago now, which enabled us to put together some resources that were described as being fit for life, fit for sport, and sort of fit for high performance. But again, the side of the spectrum of where we're working with this was the fact that we wanted to share resources which had an important message around the importance of being healthy. And again, this particular resource focused around physical activity and exercise, looking at the psychosocial aspects, the benefits, overcoming barriers, but most importantly, engaging with the exercise physiology aspect around looking at exercise recommendations, how we may adapt an activity to suit different disabilities, impairment types, and tailoring exercise and sports training. One aspect of this journey also includes nutrition, looking at eating a well-balanced diet, maintaining healthy weight, and also building in the sort of psychological skills and goal setting. And I've highlighted obviously on this slide here, just some of the aspects that we're going to be pulling out today of that journey around the exercise, the nutrition, and more of the sort of benefits from the physiological standpoint. What I must stress really is that a lot of our science that we do focuses around, I guess, this concept around evidence-based practice. We've got people on this call that are global, and we've perhaps got people from Korea at this moment in time before they go to bed. We've got people that perhaps will join us later on this afternoon who are awakening in Canada and America. But we've really hit a global market with our networks here at Loughborough who joined us today. And we've got people with clinical backgrounds, practitioners, and also people who work in the sort of physical activity domain of trying to promote exercise for persons with a spinal cord injury. But what's important in the process of science And actually, I found it on one of the speakers' websites, sort of highlighting the spinal cord injury rehabilitation centres. So it's just sort of a slide from one of those teacher training hospitals in Sheffield, for example, that says research, advances in spinal cord injury care would not be possible without research. And then looking on the left-hand side of this slide here, we have this evidence-based practice aspect, where obviously we want to be delivering the best scientific evidence and practice, but that comes in partnership with the values and knowledge and sharing of exchange with clinical experience. And hopefully that's what we can do today as one of the objectives, have discussion with clinicians in the field of spinal cord injury, along with respecting and understanding the patient values. So really meeting in the middle of the science, the patient, and the clinical expertise. And that is what I guess we glean around this evidence-based practice. So really today is a platform to further our research at Loughborough, to engage with you as an audience, to learn from not only the speakers, but that engagement piece around the questions, the answers, and the discussion that we'll have at the end of today's presentation. So just to sort of highlight who have we got, we've got 3 parts today. The first part is going to be in a moment where I pass over to Dr. James King and Dr. Tom Nightingale, who will be covering aspects around energy balance. We then move on at around about just after 11ish, where we'll have clinical perspectives from Dr. Sanford Wong and Claire Lincoln, more from the clinical aspect. We'll have a break for lunch, so please bear in mind that you can jot down all your questions. And then we'll move on then to the exercise and nutritional interventions that come from people that I perhaps work with more on a week by week, month by month basis, who are some academics housed in academia, but also working with clinicians and applying their practice in both physical activity and a sporting environment. And that's myself, Dr. Sonia de Groot, and Dr. Claudio Perriet as well. We'll then lead on to general discussion and some future directions. The most important person today is behind the scenes. I just put a photo there of Sven. I never can pronounce his surname. I'll let him do that a bit later. But Sven is really the anchor behind what we've done today. He's really put together the agenda, liaised with the speakers, and done a fantastic job of getting us to this point. And he'll be managing, hopefully, the technical aspects behind today. So at that point, I'm going to turn my camera off and stop sharing my screen and pass over to Dr. James King.
Thanks, Vicky. Jordan, was this coming to you first, possibly?
It was, yeah. So I was just going to introduce the speakers for the energy balance section today. So I suppose actually some of you may be wondering who I am, because I haven't been mentioned on the introductory slides there. But basically, I'm a PhD student at Loughborough University, working within the Peter Harrison Centre for Disability Sport, and Vicky Middleton and James King are both my supervisors there. And the reason I'm chairing this section of the symposium is because my research revolves around appetite and energy balance in persons with spinal cord injury. But we'll introduce James King, Dr. James King for now. So James works as a senior lecturer in exercise physiology at Loughborough University within the School of Sport, Exercise and Health Sciences. And broadly, his research is focused on the field of appetite, energy balance and obesity in a number of different cohorts. And more recently, he's been involved in research in persons with spinal cord injury. So today, James will be discussing a study that he co-authored with myself, Dr. Sven Hoekstra, and Professor Vicky Middleton, which looks at appetite regulation in persons with SCI. And just to everyone out there, if you have a question throughout the presentation, please type that into the chat box down below. And then at the end of James's presentation, I'll read them out in the order that they were sent in. And as we only have a limited time for questions, any questions that are unanswered, we can carry those through to the discussion panel at the end of the symposium. Okay, so without further ado, James, if you would like to present your presentation.
Jordan, I'll just share my screen. Can you see that, Jordan?
Yes, we can, yeah.
Brilliant. Okay. So thanks for the kind introduction there, Jordan, and good morning, everybody. As Jordan sort of alluded to, I'm going to present or I guess share some research findings that are, essentially from Jordan's PhD that relate to appetite regulation in people with a spinal cord injury. So this research is quite hot off the press. It's currently in review with the journal, and we're just reformatting our paper. As Jordan, I guess, kind of alluded to previously, my background is appetite regulation and energy balance. It's where I did my PhD in that area. And I now do a lot of work sort of within this field, but more often at the moment with patients with diabetes and obesity, particularly around novel medicines that are now being trialled for use for weight management. And I guess another strand of my research relates more to sort of type 2 diabetes and fatty liver disease. So I guess my general expertise is around sort of obesity-related conditions. And more recently, I've had the opportunity to collaborate with Jordan and Vicky and all of the guys in the Peter Harrison Centre to try and apply some of my knowledge and my background to some nice questions within the spinal cord sphere. It's not sliding through, Jordan. Sorry, the clicker's not working.
If you try and share, because there's different options to share, right? If you share your whole screen.
It seems to have kicked in, Jordan. So sorry about that, guys. So yeah, in terms of where this research came from, so it's probably going back a couple of years ago now, where I was sort of chatting to Vicky and Sven and Jordan, generally around a lot of the health aspects that are common for people with spinal cord injuries. And I started to see some problems and some research questions that I thought were worth looking at, particularly from sort of an appetite and obesity perspective. And I guess going back to that time, I was quite alarmed to hear that the obesity prevalence is so high in people with spinal cord injury, even higher than what we see in age and sex matched able-bodied counterparts. Clearly, for most individuals who have a spinal cord injury, the chances are high that total daily energy expenditure can be restricted quite severely. And obviously that can predispose to weight gain. But also sort of looking back to some of the different concepts from the appetite sphere, I started to wonder whether there might be some sort of appetite dysregulation that may predispose people with a spinal cord injury to eating a bit more, and obviously over a period of time, therefore putting weight on and being at high risk for obesity. And some of my initial thoughts around this, perhaps quite naively, were the possibility that the neural communication between peripheral tissues and the brain, particularly in relation to gut hormones, might be impaired. On top of that, there's a professor at the University of Leeds called John Blundell, who's done a lot of work recently showing that sedentary time is associated with poor appetite sensitivity. So particularly the ability of individuals to match their energy intake to their energy output. So that's quite impaired or quite difficult at very low levels of daily energy expenditure. And on top of that, we know that individuals with spinal cord injuries have altered body compositions, particularly a reduction in lean mass and therefore elevated fat mass that again is associated with poor appetite control. So we sort of had a quick look at the literature and saw that actually the information available wasn't very broad, and the data that was there was suboptimal, particularly with low sample sizes and things like that. So essentially we thought we'd try and put a stake in the sand and have a bit of a go at tackling some of the questions in this area. I've just got one slide of background with regards to appetite control for those of you who don't know too much about this particular area. So this is quite basic, but what you can see on the figure on the right there is I guess it's probably the current working model with regards to homeostatic or metabolic control of appetite. And what you can see at the bottom there are a number of tissues in peripheral areas that secrete different hormones that travel to the brain via the blood and nervous system and sort of are integrated within the hypothalamus, which is the brain's main feeding center. And the net sum of these different appetite related peptides then goes on to influence our eating behavior. So the key aspects of this is we have this communication between the periphery and the brain. We have what we call tonic and episodic signals. So tonic really meaning chronic and episodic meaning meal to meal regulators. And examples of those would include sort of leptin and insulin being signals that essentially inform the brain of our stored energy or how much fat we have, which is important for a whole host of health reasons. And then the meal-to-meal signals will be peptides like PYY, GLP-1 and ghrelin that sort of rise and fall in response to individual meals to influence hunger, but also to ensure efficient digestion. So ghrelin is quite unique as the only hunger-stimulating hormone, whereas PYY and GLP-1 increase after we eat to promote fullness or satiation and satiety. The hypothalamus is the key area where these signals are integrated, and it's important to recognise that not only do we have these metabolic signals, but we also have these more complex areas of the brain, because humans are very complex individuals, and things such as emotions, cognitions, habits, these higher order processes in humans interact with the metabolic signals to ultimately affect our eating behaviour. Another recent addition to this model has been that of lean mass. So we know that our lean mass and through that our resting metabolic rate correlates very strongly with daily hunger and daily energy intake. So the idea being the stimulus for eating a certain amount of food each day comes from our lean mass and our resting metabolic rate. And finally, just to mention that these targets are very robust. So anybody working in the diabetes and obesity sphere will know of drug analogues such as liraglutide and semaglutide, which are analogues of GLP-1, which essentially work in a weight loss sense by switching off appetite. So if you give people this analogue of GLP-1, which is a fullness-related peptide, you can switch people's appetite off, and obviously over time they can lose weight, and that's very useful from a clinical standpoint. And semaglutide now, I mean, if you give people semaglutide, which is licensed for use on the NHS in the UK, people in a real world setting tend to lose up to around about 10% weight loss. In our study, just to highlight, we measured leptin, PYY, GLP-1 and ghrelin, and I'll say more about that in a moment. So the aim of this was very much an exploratory study, and we really wanted to just profile the responses of these different appetite-related hormones in response to a meal in people with a spinal cord injury matched to an able-bodied control group. So these individuals were matched based on age, body mass and BMI. And along with this, we wanted to profile changes in subjective appetite perceptions in response to that meal, and also try and look at this aspect of appetite sensitivity, which is the ability really to sort of judge your food intake in relation to sort of energy expenditure. And our idea, probably a little bit naively, but our hypothesis early on was that we thought there'd be some sort of impairment in sort of fullness and satiety responses to meals in people with a spinal cord injury that might predispose to overconsumption and weight gain. So with this, we thought it was possible that the gut hormone responses to meals would be less than we'd see in an able-bodied group, and similarly the changes in hunger or the reduction in hunger and the increase in fullness, satisfaction, satiety will be lessened in the SCI group. So what we did was we recruited 24 people in total. These were all males. 12 individuals had a spinal cord injury at least a year previous to the study, and we also recruited 12 able-bodied controls. The important characteristics you can see in this figure here. So I guess the main bits being that these individuals were typically in their mid to late 30s. They were metabolically healthy. Their BMI set them just entering sort of the group-specific BMI criteria for overweight. But that the only real difference being that the waist circumference was significantly higher in the SCI group, essentially reflecting a high level of adiposity, particularly around the central region. And the study was a mixed design. So we had the two groups that I've just mentioned, and then each person within the two groups undertook 2 trials in a randomized crossover design. So you can see listed here that the 2 trials differed only by the fact that at the beginning of each trial, individuals were given a preload. So this was a 450 milliliter beverage that varied between the trials with regards to the energy content. So on one occasion, the beverage was higher energy, and that contained 600 calories. And on the other occasion, the preload was low energy and contained 240 calories. I'll explain the significance of this in a moment, but it's important to note these beverages were matched for volume, taste, and texture. You can see on the schematic at the bottom there. So I guess it's important to say that 24 hours before the trials, we standardized diet and physical activity very precisely. And then participants came to the lab in the morning in a fasted state. And you can see on this timeline here, you can see the 150 minutes of the trial. You can see that participants on the left-hand side entered the lab fasted. We took some expired air for arrested metabolic rate, and then the blood samples there in the black arrows. And then you can see the appetite scales as well listed. So across that 150 minutes, we frequently took measurements of blood and measurements of appetite perceptions and expired air. But the key bit at the beginning there, you can see the upside down triangle in black. That was when we gave participants the preload to consume over 2 or 3 minutes. And then we were essentially measuring responses across the course of that 150 minutes. You can also see on the very right-hand side that we gave an ad libitum meal at the end of this 150 minutes. And in that aspect of the study, we allow participants to eat from a homogeneous pasta-based meal as much as they liked until they were comfortable, and then they left the lab after that. So the key part to recognise here, and the reason why we had 2 trials, was that the preload differed. And in terms of our appetite sensitivity outcome, the idea of this model is that when participants consume the lower energy preload, they should eat more at the ad libitum meal at the end of the study. Conversely, if people have a poor appetite sensitivity, they don't tend to vary how much they consume at the ad libitum meal at the end of the day. And just to mention there, so I've sort of been through these, that we measured these different aspects. And importantly there, we only actually measured the appetite hormones on the high energy preload trial because we felt that we wouldn't see great responses to just a 240 kilocalorie beverage on the low energy preload trial. In terms of the appetite perceptions, we measured, these are quite consistent within the literature. We used visual analog scales, which were really just pen and paper scales that have these lines that are 100 millimeters long, and participants just place a tick or a cross where they feel at that moment in time. And we measured hunger, fullness, satisfaction, and prospective food consumption. In terms of the hormones, I've mentioned previously what we measured. It's important to mention that we only measured leptin in the fasted state because leptin doesn't tend to change in response to meals. It's this marker of stored energy, particularly within adipose tissue. And you can see an image there of the pasta meal. So this was a homogeneous meal, and it's generally sort of acknowledged within appetite research. It's better to give a homogeneous pasta meal where every bite is the same, so that you don't get sort of emotional and cognitive effects that you get sometimes if you use, say, a buffet meal, where you get all of these different types of foods on offer, and it stimulates consumption even more than what you would expect. So in terms of the results then, these are the results for the appetite perceptions. So overall, if we look at the 150 minutes of the trial, we actually saw no group or trial effects for any of the subjective appetite perceptions. However, when we took a close look at this, like we often do in our appetite studies, and we divided the trial up into the early and late phase for satiety. So you can see on the figures at the bottom there, there's a dotted line moving vertically up at 60 minutes. We saw that there were significant increases in fullness and satisfaction, particularly within the SCI group compared to the AB group. So just to break that down, if we look at these figures here, we've got fullness on the left-hand side and satisfaction on the right. The lines in red represent the trials with the individuals with a spinal cord injury, and the lines in blue represent the able-bodied controls. And you can see in the first 60 minutes for both satisfaction and fullness that the lines for the spinal cord injury participants were significantly higher in the first 60 minutes, but they tended to then gravitate down towards those seen in the able-bodied group as time progressed. But however, there was no differences if you looked at the end of the curve, particularly from 60 minutes to 150 minutes. So it seems as though this satiety response in the early phase was accentuated in the SCI group compared to the able-bodied controls. In terms of the hormones, so we only measured the hormones on the high energy preload trial. What you can see in these plots here are responses for acylated ghrelin in the top right, peptide YY in the bottom right, and GLP-1 in the bottom left. And just to remind you, so GLP-1 and PYY are regarded as fullness promoting peptides that rise after we eat to kind of tell us to stop eating and to help with digestion, whereas ghrelin is the hunger stimulating hormone that is suppressed when we eat, and a reduction in that generally coincides with a reduced hunger. But again, over the course of 150 minutes, we saw no effect of group, so no differences that were significant between the SCI and the able-bodied group. However, again, if we looked at the early response in the first 60 minutes for each of the peptides, we did visually see more robust or accentuated responses, again, for the SCI group. Although, as you can see in the middle of the slide there, the p-values were not statistically significant, but there were sort of moderate to large effect sizes. And this generally represents the fact that there was probably quite a lot of variability in responses, and possibly if we were to do this experiment again, we'd have a larger sample size. But visually, it sort of looks as though there is something going on in terms of an accentuated response of these peptides in the first 60 minutes of this meal tolerance test. The final comment here is just to say, so when we measured leptin levels at rest, leptin levels were 3 times higher in the SCI group, which we know that leptin levels in the blood correlate very strongly with stored body fat. So again, along with the waist circumference data, this is indicating that the SCI group had a greater amount of body fat. In terms of the food intake at the ad libitum meal, the one finding that we saw was the SCI group consumed about 60% more energy than the able-bodied group. However, there were no differences between the low energy and high energy trials. So from the appetite sensitivity point of view, this is essentially telling us, or this is indicating actually, that both groups had a poor appetite sensitivity because there was no differences between the low energy and high energy trial. Equally, like I'll mention in the next few slides, what we subsequently think might have happened is that our gap between our ad libitum meal and the preload was probably too long, and that's why we're not seeing differences in energy intake between the high energy trial and the low energy preload trial. So just starting to wrap up really, so in terms of the main discussion points, so with the appetite hormones, I've mentioned that the higher leptin levels were perhaps not unexpected in the sense that we see that the individuals with a spinal cord injury likely have greater adiposity. We weren't really able to measure body fat directly because we didn't have access to DEXA because of the ethics. And I'm told that bioimpedance is not particularly very useful or that valid in individuals with a spinal cord injury. But it's quite clear, I think, from the waist circumference data and the leptin data that the body composition was very different between groups. But we did see this early sort of accentuated responses in terms of ghrelin, PYY and GLP-1. And when we really had to dig in the literature to try and explain this, and we even contacted some clinicians at the Queen's Medical Centre in Nottingham who are experts in gastrointestinal disease. And our most likely explanation for those sort of heightened early responses seems to link to neurogenic bowel and possible colonic dysfunction that's quite common in SCI. And we believe that because ghrelin, PYY and GLP-1 are also involved in gastrointestinal motility, the fact that this colonic dysfunction, the lower GI tract, might be having an effect in terms of delaying the passage of nutrients through the GI tract earlier up within the intestine. So we think that's possibly the explanation for that higher response in terms of hormones. In terms of the appetite, so the early satiety we saw could be related to these hormones. So we know these hormones are related to appetite, but I should say in quite a lot of acute situations, we don't see very strong correlations between these appetite-related hormones and subjective perceptions. It has been reported, I think in one paper, there was a suggestion that this enhanced satiety is often seen within the context of neurogenic bowel. But another consideration when we really look at the data in depth is to understand that the preloads probably represent a greater relative meal stimulus for the SCI group, who most likely habitually consume a smaller amount of energy day to day than the able-bodied group. And I think that contention was bore out within our ad libitum meal, where the able-bodied group ate about 60% more. So it could just be that the fact that we've given the same preload energy content to both groups, which represents a greater percentage of habitual daily energy intake for our spinal cord injury group. And the final slide here, just to comment on the energy intake. So we've said that the lower energy intake in the SCI group likely reflects the reduced energy requirements there. We could interpret the energy intake data, like I've said before, that there is very poor appetite sensitivity in each group, but we actually think that the time interval within our study design between the preload and the ad libitum meal was probably too long. So in future experiments, we'd want to narrow that gap down, probably closer to an hour or 90 minutes to get a real good handle on this appetite sensitivity concept. So again, sort of going forwards, I think one thing we've learned from some of the tendencies in our p-values is that we probably need a greater sample size, given the variability associated with appetite outcomes, and particularly within the spinal cord population. We do need to go back and readdress this appetite sensitivity issue. And I think there's probably quite a lot of research to do around this, around the issue of spinal cord injury lesion level. We did have a couple of participants in our study with very high lesion levels who actually reported no appetite whatsoever. So it's possible that the lesion level is quite important. And I guess a final point I've not got listed there is actually this is mainly looking at metabolic drivers of appetite. But like I mentioned at the start, we have these hedonic or reward related factors that influence eating behavior as well. And we could look at those using different questionnaire-based techniques, or indeed sort of MRI imaging, MRI scanning or functional MRI scanning to look at brain responses in order to delve deeper into that particular topic. I think that's it for me, Jordan. So I'll stop there and hand back to you. Hopefully there's some time for some questions.
Yeah, brilliant. Thanks, James. That was really interesting. And I'm not just saying that because I was involved in the study as well. But yeah, a very insightful presentation there. I'll just remind all the listeners that if they have any questions, if you just want to type that into the chat box there, and then I'll ask them to James as they come through. And then we've got about 5 minutes of questions before we hand over to Dr. Tom Nightingale. I suppose if people are still typing questions, James, I'll ask the first question then. Okay, we've just had one come through here. So do you plan to repeat the study with a larger group?
Yeah, it's good question. I think because like I said, a lot of this relates to Jordan's PhD. So we are planning, in fact, we've just submitted ethics for another study where we'll readdress some of these issues. And I think indeed we will aim for a larger study. I guess the problem is sometimes it's recruiting a group that's particularly homogenous with regards to spinal cord injury, and sometimes it's a very opportunistic sampling that we have to use. So yeah, I think Jordan's next study will have more participants, but I guess one question we have is around people's willingness to sort of undertake research in the post-COVID era. Still within the COVID era. So I think we'll just have to see how we go with that. Yeah,
perfect. So the next question that's come through was, how did you measure waist circumference in a seated position for both groups? So James, I'm not actually sure if you'll know the answer to that, but
you go for it.
Yeah, so I was the one in the lab sort of helping people out with that. So for the able-bodied participants, we had them standing up, so it was just a normal standing one. But we had the SCI participants laying down because the seated position can increase the waist circumference. But I think next time it would probably be safer to get both groups lying down. But nevertheless, there was a clear difference in waist circumference for both groups, and even if there was a little bit of difference with one group standing and the other group lying down, a difference of about 20 centimeters doesn't explain that difference. The next question that's come through, what do you think will be the clinical implications of the findings of your study?
Really good question, because a lot of our findings are sort of not non-findings, but we didn't necessarily see what we thought we would see. I think for me, it kind of suggests that there probably is a lot of gut dysfunction going on. That certainly with my background, I'm not fully sort of up to speed with a lot of this, but I think it think the gut hormone responses that we've seen probably do suggest that, you know, there are a lot of gastrointestinal issues going on. But also, really, for me, in terms of appetite, I think it's sort of shown this with this very early study that it's perhaps not as quite simple as what we first sort of thought. You know, from the energy intake data, it does seem as though that food intake is sort of down-regulated to possibly meet the lower daily energy requirements. But I think there's a lot more research needed to sort of unpick that area of work. So particularly around how does daily energy expenditure sort of match or not individuals as daily energy intake. So for me, there's still quite a lot of research to do around actually looking at energy intake, energy expenditure, and some of these metabolic drivers.
Yeah, absolutely. I think with the study like this as well, it was the first one to look at any sort of postprandial appetite related responses in this population. And a lot of the times with these initial studies, you end up with more questions than answers. So that's one of the things that we'll try to look a bit more into over the course of my PhD and hopefully some of James's later research as well.
Just on that, Jordan, just probably to say, so, you know, we had this almost simplistic idea that there would be this weakened satiety response in the spinal cord injury, and it wasn't evident. So, you know, there is a message there, there is a finding there. I guess if we had have found that there was this impaired satiety, then we'd be looking at ways, whether it was, you know, changing people's nutritional intake or using different medications to enhance it. But it does seem as though there's no, you know, really obvious weakened satiety response there.
Yeah, absolutely. Cool. So we're just coming up for time there. I can't actually see on my screen, but is Tom here? There he is.
I am, Jordan.
Hi, Tom. So I'll just introduce Tom before his presentation. So Tom is an integrative physiologist at the University of Birmingham with an interest in understanding the impact of physical activity on cardiometabolic health and cerebrovascular health as well, and those outcomes in individuals with neurological conditions. And primarily, Tom's research has focused on the efficacy and therapeutic interventions to improve the health and well-being of individuals with a spinal cord injury. And today, Tom will be discussing his research on energy balance components in persons with SCI. As mentioned previously, if there are any questions during the presentation, please type them into the chat box, and then I'll read them out at the end of the presentation in the order that they've come in. So Tom, if you're ready to get going with it, I'll hand it over to you.
Sure. Can you see my slides okay, Jordan? And you can hear me, right?
I can, yeah. We can hear you as well, yeah.
Perfect. Well, firstly, thank you very much for the introduction, and also to Vicky and Sven for the invitation to present today in this symposium on exercise and weight management. So I have the task of sort of describing how you go about measuring components of energy balance in persons with a spinal cord injury. So sort of the content of what I'd like to cover is just starting off with a little bit of context. So this idea that this conceptual model that was proposed by Professor James Rimmer, the DALEDS, or Disability Associated Low Energy Expenditure Deconditioning Syndrome model, it's a bit of a mouthful. Then move on to describe the different energy balance components, discuss the criterion or the gold standard measures of energy expenditure in this population, different considerations for measuring and also predicting basal metabolic rate in this population group, and then move on to some of my PhD work around how we can use wearable devices to predict free living physical activity energy expenditure in persons with a spinal cord injury, and how this then creates an opportunity for people to self-monitor and maybe promote behavior change in this population group. And then I just have one slide just touching on the strategies to quantify energy intake. So looking at the DALEDS model, individuals with a physical disability will experience more personal and environmental barriers and also secondary conditions as well that can increase physical inactivity. And the consequence of this can be an increase in sarcopenia and an increase in obesity, which can result in a reduced resting energy expenditure. And then the model presents two pathways. So the first pathway is this fitness decline, and the second pathway is an increased risk of cardiometabolic disease risk factors. And collectively, these two pathways can lead to an increase in sedentary behavior, and then together with this reduced resting energy expenditure leads to a reduction in total energy expenditure. So just touching on the components of energy balance, and I'm not going to spend too much time dwelling on these on the description of these terms, but essentially basal metabolic rate is the largest component of someone's total daily energy expenditure, and it accounts for around 70% for an inactive individual with spinal cord injury. Next, we have dietary induced thermogenesis, and this can vary according to the type of macronutrient consumed, but it represents around 10% of total daily energy expenditure. And then lastly, physical activity energy expenditure. It has been suggested to be the most important due to its high variability amongst individuals in free living. But currently it's problematic to accurately translate human movement into units of physical activity energy expenditure, owing to its complexity and also its varied nature. And if we were to break down physical activity energy expenditure even further, we could look at light intensity activity, moderate intensity, and also vigorous intensity activity as well. So in my presentation today, I'm mainly going to be focusing on basal metabolic rate and physical activity energy expenditure. And as I said, I have one slide at the end just to talk about measuring total daily energy intake, which is the macronutrient food groups plus alcohol. So just to sort of visualize these components of energy balance, what would it look like? On the left-hand side, we have energy intake, and on the right-hand side, energy expenditure. Now, if an individual is consuming less energy than they're expending, then there would be an energy deficit or a negative energy balance. But conversely, if someone was consuming more energy than they're expending, this is an energy surplus or a positive energy balance. And we do see that this imbalance between energy intake and expenditure will likely fluctuate daily, but if it is sustained over a period of time, then it can actually be a critical determinant for body weight change. So even a trivial energy surplus here, if sustained, will eventually lead to an increase in body mass. And we do have a lack of information on energy balance in this population, and this is perhaps due to a lack of accurate methods to firstly measure habitual energy expenditure, but also there are several limitations with the self-report methods to capture energy intake as well. So perhaps at this present moment in time, it's not advisable to try and equate energy intake versus energy expenditure, and it might be best just to look at the separate components independently. So our gold standard methods to assess total daily energy expenditure, to begin with, we have direct calorimetry, and this is a highly accurate approach, but it requires the participant to remain unaccompanied in a relatively small room, as shown in that picture there, and that's at Virginia Commonwealth University. And it's a period of time for around 24 hours or more. And ideally, you want the chamber to be large enough to allow some form of physical activity, but in reality, any confinement is going to influence this in the chamber. The next approach is indirect calorimetry, and this method does provide unique information. It's non-invasive, and it's also more adaptable than direct calorimetry. We see this sort of lightweight, now fully portable systems such as the COSMED, where we can actually measure expired gases for anywhere between 1 to 5 hours, depending on the battery life of the device and memory capacity. Despite it being valid and reliable, that short-term sort of time period does make it impractical to use for extended periods of time. And of course, going around in free living, it could be impractical and influence someone's everyday life. And the last approach, doubly labeled water, would be looking at the disappearance rate between different isotopes, and this is determined by measuring their concentrations in urine, and this is sampled over a period of time between 7 to 14 days. And the difference in the elimination rate between hydrogen and oxygen is then reflecting the rate at which carbon dioxide is produced, and we can then work out energy expenditure from that using the Weir equation. So collectively, these approaches are quite costly, they're complex, and there are sort of practicality issues as well, which limits the use of these criterion methods to measure free living total daily energy expenditure. So if we wanted to now look at the individual components and how would we go about measuring basal metabolic rate, well, an accurate measurement should be performed upon waking in a quiet, darkened, thermoneutral room after an overnight fast. But to achieve these appropriate conditions, BMR is usually measured after an overnight inpatient stay, which might actually be impractical. The blue font is essentially some of the guidelines for measuring resting metabolic rate. So participants should try and avoid or abstain from food, caffeine, nicotine, and alcohol for a period of time, and also avoid strenuous physical activity for more than 24 hours before doing the measurement. And we see that in the literature, resting metabolic rate and basal metabolic rate can often be used interchangeably, but in reality, the resting metabolic rate is always going to be slightly higher than basal metabolic rate because it's measured under less restricted conditions. But if we are measuring basal metabolic rate or resting metabolic rate using indirect calorimetry, this approach does require expensive specialized equipment, which typically restricts its use to a research setting. We do know that basal metabolic rate is reduced in individuals with a spinal cord injury compared to able-bodied controls, and this difference disappears when we control for differences in fat-free mass. So this is sort of eloquently shown in this DEXA image here. Panel A is an individual with a T6 spinal cord injury, and you can see this loss of fat-free mass below the level of injury in comparison to a matched able-bodied control. And a study that we conducted in males with motor complete spinal cord injury demonstrated that fat-free mass measured via DEXA explained most of the variance in someone's basal metabolic rate. So if it's difficult to measure this using expensive equipment, what approaches do we have to predict it? And considering this basal metabolic rate accounts for the greatest proportion of someone's total daily energy expenditure, its accurate measurement or prediction is really important. So this is some work that I did in the lab of Dr. Ashraf Gorgi at the Veteran Affairs Center over in Virginia. And we looked to test the existing models to predict basal metabolic rate. And these equations featured variables that are really easy to measure, so body weight, stature, and/or age. And we can see using these pre-existing equations, there's a substantial overprediction in someone's basal metabolic rate. These equations that have the grey background require equations that use fat-free mass, and you can see a considerable improvement in the error of prediction. The mean bars are demonstrated here with these black thick lines, and the individual data is also shown. So we went one step further to develop our own equations. Again, those that utilize fat-free mass have this grey background, and we also incorporated anthropometric measurements as well to see if we could further improve the prediction of basal metabolic rate. This seemed relatively stable, but of course you're then back into the other issue that not everyone has access to measuring fat-free mass using DEXA scanning. So this might again limit its use to a clinical setting. So collecting simple anthropometric measurements might offer an option to improve basal metabolic rate prediction, and there's a trivial increase in the clinician or nutritionist workload to attain these desired predictor variables. Moving on to the next component of total daily energy expenditure, we do have questionnaires that can be used to measure physical activity levels, but of course these are reliant on the accuracy of the participant's memory and also their recall. There are also issues with questionnaires with approximating energy expenditure based on metabolic equivalence. We can attach a device to the wheelchair, and whilst relatively unobtrusive, it can only really provide information on the distance travelled. And it's also common for wheelchair users to have different chairs to participate in sports or undertake arm crank ergometry as a mode of exercise. So a device attached to a chair might actually miss some of the moderate to vigorous intensity physical activity performed by these individuals. We can attach movement devices onto an individual. Multiple arrays are indeed accurate, but they're actually inappropriate for long-term free living monitoring due to this increased participant burden, and also there's a high computational burden as well. More recent work using the Zurich Move monitors, and this is in individuals that have motor incomplete spinal cord injuries and have the ability to ambulate, that again is showing a fairly accurate method to predict physical activity energy expenditure. But the problem still exists that you can only measure for up to 48 hours. So we then wanted to take it back a little bit and say, okay, We know multiple arrays are fairly accurate. What if we just try and reduce the participant burden by using one sensor? And what's the best anatomical location for this? So this was some of my PhD work performed at the University of Bath with Professor James Bilson. And what we did in a laboratory protocol, we measured physical activity energy expenditure using indirect calorimetry. And then we compared this against prediction algorithms, just using a linear prediction using the outputs from the movement sensors. And we see a really strong positive correlation between these two outcomes. And it's not just that work, but work from other labs around the world have demonstrated now that the wrist outperforms other anatomical locations, which isn't really that surprising. But recent evidence, so this is a systematic review which looked at all the algorithms that exist for the Actigraph device for predicting energy expenditure. They actually then tested those algorithms using an out-of-sample cross-validation, and their conclusions were that the accuracies might not be sufficient to support future clinical and research use, and indeed more work is needed. So we also noticed potential issues with the Actigraph device, and it reports outputs in activity counts, which is this arbitrary unit. So we wanted to try and take advantage of technological advancements in the field where you're using these more sensitive triaxial accelerometers that provide raw data, so just raw acceleration data. And in the laboratory, we used a range of activities. Again, we measured gold standard energy expenditure using the indirect calorimetry approach, but we saw that the raw signals from the Genea outperformed the Actigraph, but worryingly, error was still exaggerated for certain activities. So our conclusion from this was that physiological signals might be necessary to better capture the relative exercise intensity and describe the energy costs of activities that might have a similar acceleration profile, but have very different energy costs, such as folding clothes or pushing up a gradient. So around this time, other groups were looking at the incorporation of physiological signals, and there's some great work from Shiv Hyamath, who is at Temple University now, and him and his group used the SenseWare armband. So this incorporates accelerometer and also other physiological signals, so convective heat flux, skin temperature, and galvanic skin response. And over a series of studies and with collaborators, he demonstrated that you could lower the mean absolute error for custom energy expenditure prediction models that were either spinal cord specific or they use decision trees to identify specific activities when compared to the pre-existing manufacturer's model. But in individuals with a high level spinal cord injury above T6, these individuals might experience impaired thermoregulatory function, so reduced sweating response, inability to dilate superficial vasculature. So this might intrinsically affect the error when using the SenseWare device in this population. But maybe the bigger issue is that SenseWare was made by a company called Body Media, and that was acquired by Jawbone back in 2013. And this resulted in the device being taken off the market and the cessation of any Body Media applications. So despite this considerable improvement, it still seems the future of this device is limited. We went a slightly different route in incorporating physiological signals, and we used the ActiHeart device. So it's a single lead ECG and triaxial accelerometer worn on the chest. And you can just see outputs from the software here that the black bars are the activity counts and the red line is heart rate. On the bottom panel there, we have this expressed as metabolic equivalent. So anything over 3 METs is moderate intensity. Anything over 6 METs is vigorous intensity. And on the right-hand side, we just have this breakdown over a 7-day period for a sample participant. The beauty of the ActiHeart device is that you can enter in either measured or predicted resting energy expenditure. So in the software itself, it would use the Schofield equation, which we've demonstrated can overpredict resting energy expenditure by 200 kilocalories. So having the ability to adjust for this is really important. But as I'm sure most of you are aware, there are issues with potentially using heart rate as a physiological signal, especially those with upper level injuries that might have either complete loss or partial loss of sympathetic nervous system cardiac control. And in some instances, this can lead to cardiovascular blunting. So if we are using the prediction equations intrinsic to the device, it's perhaps not surprising that you see a considerable amount of error. So what we did was we looked to do an individual heart rate calibration approach. So our participants performed arm crank ergometry during a submaximal test across different stages, whilst measuring indirect calorimetry, and then we could work out their own energy expenditure versus heart rate equations to enter into the software. So heart rate has numerous benefits as a physiological variable because it does increase linearly and proportionally with exercise intensity and thus oxygen uptake. But if you're simply just using raw heart rate data alone, there is a large degree of inter-individual variance in these heart rate and energy expenditure relationships. So having the ability to control for this is actually really important, especially when you consider the difference between lower extremity exercise and upper body exercise. So if we just look at a corresponding heart rate here, and this is just sort of hypothetical data, that there can be a difference of 1 kilocal per minute with arm crank exercise compared to leg cycle ergometry. And the other advantage with ActiHeart is you can take someone's sleeping heart rate, and this also factors into the branch chain equations that are used by this device. So when we tested it in the laboratory, comparing against the gold standard approach, we saw a considerable amount of error, and this is quite similar to the SenseWare device when using off-the-shelf algorithms. But there's also a degree of heteroscedasticity. So the error is increasing as the estimated and criterion physical activity energy expenditure is getting greater on the x-axis. But we did see almost a threefold improvement when we applied this individual calibration approach, which is some of the lowest reported in the field of physical activity monitoring in individuals with a spinal cord injury. And also we wanted to take this outside of the laboratory. So we used a reference method, a 24-hour free living physical activity log, and we saw very strong associations between the individual calibration approach, but we didn't see any associations when we just used this group calibration. So this demonstrates a degree of construct validity with this device. Just for a bit of sort of context, how does this then compare to when these research grade devices are used in the able-bodied population? And this was a study that we performed in the laboratory across a range of activities in 30 able-bodied students, and we were testing consumer wearable devices at the same time. We also used the individual calibration approach with ActiHeart. And what's really encouraging is that we show very similar error in the able-bodied population compared to the spinal cord injured population. And this field is now really exploding in that there is the potential to use consumer wearable devices to track some of these metrics in people with a spinal cord injury. Again, we really need to take some caution to test the validity and accuracy of these devices. And some studies are also just looking at the feasibility of using them. Can attach a smartphone to the upper arm of an individual as well, which showed some promising results. But I guess the real excitement here for me is how we can use these wearable devices as an opportunity. So the American College of Sports Medicine Fitness Trends, they do a survey every year. And I think it's now for the last 3 years, wearable technology has been #1. And physical activity is this multidimensional construct. So there are certain components that can confer health benefits, whether that's vigorous intensity, moderate, reducing sedentary time. And it can be that an individual can achieve certain guidelines for one of these dimensions, but perhaps not for others. So it's nice to break it down like this and allow people to see what they're doing in free living. Again, just comparing Bill and Ben, they have very similar normalized physical activity levels, whereas Bill is more of a, let's say, an office worker who perhaps gets to the gym at lunchtime. So he does a lot of moderate and vigorous intensity activity, but he's very sedentary. Whereas Ben spends less time sedentary and still can achieve the same total daily energy expenditure. And these devices were used by Shiv Hyamath's group in a pilot study to firstly measure someone's physical activity energy expenditure and then give just-in-time feedback or to the participants. And it was really interesting that using this just-in-time adaptive intervention approach has the potential to improve physical activity levels in individuals with a spinal cord injury, which is really promising. And that's encouraging because when we looked at these multi-sense devices in a cohort of individuals with paraplegia, 30 individuals, in fact, we did see that we are some way off at the mean level of achieving the World Health Organization's guidelines for being sufficiently active. So 1.6 is considered sedentary and 1.75 is considered being sufficiently active. And just to show that it's not only our group, but using a flex heart rate approach showed fairly similar results in this population. And in our cohort, only 13% of the participants performed any vigorous intensity physical activity. So this is my only slide on energy intake. And the first bullet point was kind of I guess a call to arms in the research field that self-report recall methods are totally unacceptable for scientific research. So in our cohort, we trained individuals how to accurately weigh and record their foodstuff. So we sent them away with these weighing scales and a food diary at the same time. But one of the important findings was that participants were reporting consuming fewer calories at day 7 compared to day 1. And it could be this sort of increased burden of a long measurement period might lead to participants underreporting how much they're actually eating. So we and others suggest that anywhere between 3 to 4 days are necessary to reliably measure energy intake in this population group. And we measured energy, well, from the food diaries, we could work out energy intake from the Nutritics software. There are devices on the phone, such as MyFitnessPal, where you can scan barcodes of what you're eating, and that makes capturing some of this information a lot easier. And there are some really cool alternative approaches starting to emerge in the literature as well. So we can use this remote food photography method, where participants use their smartphone, they capture what they're eating, the amount of waste on their plate versus a reference card, so you can interpret the size. And this is then using an ecological momentary assessment. So in a way to improve the data quality and minimize missing data. So the pictures are sent in, and if there's anything wrong with the picture or the picture hasn't arrived, the researcher can then contact the participant and say, hey, would you mind retaking that picture? Or if you catch them in time before they've eaten the food, obviously, or perhaps give them a nudge to send it in. And there's also chewing and swallowing monitors and automated wrist monitors as well that can track sort of moving food to the mouth. But these are in the early stages of development, and future work is needed to further develop these tools. They do offer promising alternatives, but maybe using overlapping techniques would hopefully minimize some of the limitations inherent to each of these assessment methods to give us more of a complete understanding of real life eating behaviors in this population. And of course, one issue is the actual process of doing food records can lead individuals to change their food behavior patterns and therefore misreport information. So just to summarize, existing equations developed for the general population are not fit for purpose to predict basal metabolic rate in this population. If you have access to a DEXA scanner, you can use fat-free mass, and this gives fairly accurate predictions. If you don't have access to a DEXA scanner, then you can use anthropometric measurements, which offers a useful alternative. Predicting energy expenditure from physical activity is inherently more challenging in people with spinal cord injury, just due to the altered movement patterns and also the variations in metabolically active muscle mass. And we feel that if you use a multi-sense device with either an individual or a population-specific algorithm, this might overcome this. Perhaps combining measurements would give us greater contextual information. And if we want to look at consumer wearable devices, we need to further test the accuracy of these and also the more objective methods to capture energy intake in this population. So I just wanted to acknowledge the funders for this work and collaborators that have helped on these projects, and just point you really towards this review that we published back in 2017, which a lot of this information is taken from. And you might find this sort of final traffic light system helpful if you're looking to measure physical activity in this population group. Depending on what's important to you, given the outcome of interest or the practicality, usability, you can see what scale or tool might be most appropriate. Thank you very much for listening. I'm happy to take any questions.
Brilliant. Thanks, Tom. That was a really interesting presentation there. Very, very cool to hear what you guys have been working on. So yeah, if you want to pop your questions, if you have any in the chat box there, and then I'll read them out. So currently, Tom, it's the ActiHeart that appears to be the best method of monitoring physical activity energy expenditure in this cohort. Are there any other sort of devices at the moment that come close to that you think are coming through the networks? Because you said previously there was the SenseWare that had been taken off the market that was looking quite promising?
Yeah, so Shiv's work to sort of improve the accuracy of the SenseWare, that's a bit of a shame, but the Zurich Move monitors that, so Laszlo Demko, in their very sort of, so I've just purchased a few of those, and they're looking to incorporate physiological signals into their approaches. So that is probably a device that's sort of being developed and is showing some really encouraging preliminary data with regards to accuracy. And you can only imagine that would only improve as they incorporate the physiological signals.
Yeah.
And then I guess any of the consumer monitors, I just think we need to be careful. I either work with the manufacturers to try and get population specific algorithms to improve the prediction, or at least test the error that's involved with them.
Cool. So we've just had a question come in from Dirk here. He says, "Hi Tom, thank you for the interesting presentation. What is, according to you, currently the biggest challenge in the improvement of predicting REE and or activity energy expenditure more reliable than currently possible in a clinical and daily life environment?"
Challenges. So I think probably the biggest challenge with the ActiHeart device is how actually there's a bit of participant burden, because you'd still need to measure indirect calorimetry to get the individual algorithms. That involves a submaximal exercise test with the participants and then wearing it for a 7-day period. So that it gives you the most accurate approach, but there is quite a lot of burden involved in that, which might limit its use clinically. And then again, with the resting metabolic rate, I think having access to indirect calorimetry is going to be a limiting factor. So, and DEXA scanner. So using anthropometrics might give you a clinical alternative to assess basal metabolic rate in that population group. I hope I've answered that question, but please do say, and I'm happy to add a bit more insight.
Fantastic. I think we'll just finish off on one last quick question, and then the other questions that are in the chat box at the moment, I'll save, and then we can discuss them all at the end in the discussion panel. So this one's from Natalie. She says, "Is the ActiHeart device commercially available and affordable?"
Yes. So I just purchased one now, and the quote I got was for the software, the charging dock, and 1 unit is around £1,000.
Okay, brilliant. So unfortunately, we will have to leave the rest of the questions till the discussion panel at the end. I'll make a note of them so that we don't forget them. Thanks again, Tom, for your presentation. Really interesting stuff. So now if I can hand over for the next session, which is on the clinical perspectives, if I can hand it over to Vicky Middleton.
All right. Yep. Thanks, Jordan.
Cheers.
Okay. So 2 fascinating talks there. So hello all and welcome to the clinical perspective session. My name is Vicky Middleton. I'm a clinical specialist physiotherapist working at the Princess Royal Spinal Injury Centre in Sheffield. I have a keen interest in research and have recently been doing some sort of collaborative work with Sven and the team at the Peter Harrison Centre around increasing physical activity in people with spinal cord injuries in clinical practice. That's how I've got involved in today. So in this session, we're going to hear from 2 clinical experts on how they work together with academia and try to integrate the acquired knowledge into practice. And as I think Jordan said throughout, just as a reminder, if you pop your questions into the chat box, I think you can do it as you go through if anything pops to mind, and then we'll try and answer those at the end of the presentation. So first up, I'd like to introduce Dr. Samford Wong. Sanford is the lead dietitian at the National Spinal Injury Centre at the Stoke Mandeville Hospital in Aylesbury. He's got extensive experience in working with people with spinal cord injury, and alongside his clinical work, he's also very active in research. Today, he's going to present to us on the project he led around guidelines for weight management in people with spinal cord injuries. So are you there, Samford?
Yeah.
Oh, there we are, lovely.
Can you hear me?
Yep, perfectly.
Yeah, thank you, Claire. I try to share the screen. Yeah. Can you see the screen?
Yeah, that's us, yeah.
Okay, yeah. I try to do a slideshow. Yeah, so yeah, thank you very much for inviting me to give a brief talk today. So I got about 30 slides, so I tried to summarize it within 20 minutes and give some opportunity for people to ask questions. So the title I've been given today is weight management for people with spinal injuries from a clinical perspective. So I will just start from there. Probably there are some old guidelines and new guidelines and come out in various times. So we all know obesity is not just affecting people with spinal injuries, but for everyone in the country and in the world as well. So it is well known obesity is related to or associated to increased risk of a lot of chronic nutrition related comorbidities such as diabetes and coronary heart disease. And being obese or overweight, it will increase chance or increase difficulty in terms of, for people with spinal injury, we would usually refer to as increased difficulty in transferring themselves and reduce physical activity level, which is one of the main topics of today. And then quality of life being associated with reduced in quality of life. And if individual develop complications, there will be associated medical costs, and early premature death may be associated with other chronic diseases. What is the current perspective in UK spinal injury centers? So there are lots of studies out there, but I just choose something because I did it myself, so I will know more about it if anyone wanted to ask questions. Back in 2012, we looked at 4 different spinal centers in the UK. Depending on which criteria you use, I do not know if today been discussed what is the best criteria or cut off for identifying individual of overweight of becoming obesity. So if we use greater than 22, we have 40.7% of people admitted to the spinal centers in the UK at the time of admission already overweight. And up to 55% of people with spinal injury were overweight on admission to spinal centers. This is taking into account of not just overweight, but obesity as well. The situation is similar to pediatric and children populations. Again, probably today the main focus is on adult patients, but I wanted to know to bring into emphasis to the audience today is not just in adult populations, because spinal cord injury can happen at any time of the age. So if you can see, again, this is a different criteria for overweight categories. Greater than 91 centiles in the BMI centile chart is considered as overweight, and greater than 98 centiles we consider as obese, and 99.6 centile, which is really top in the centile chart, is considered as morbidly obese. If you can see, it is more than 1 in 3 children admitted to the spinal injury centers are overweight, and more than 1 in 4 children come into the spinal centers are obese. So what make it more interesting is we did a small follow-up, longitudinal follow-up of the same group of patients. If you can see, and the problem will not go away. Over the time, they're more likely to become obese. So if we don't treat them, the problem is likely to get worse over the time. This slide is just to demonstrate what is the current pictures of in Stoke Mandeville Hospital, the National Spinal Injury Centers. So if you can see the gaps there, I'm just trying to show you the year pictures. So 1 in 4 patients roughly admitted to spinal units in Stoke Mandeville are obese already when they admitted to the hospital. The gap is because we don't have much staff level. We are really running at really low staffing level surface at the moment. management. This is another barriers when how can we tackle obesity effectively within the healthcare settings. So you can see that the situation is fairly constant, about above 25-30%. Or at a stage is 40% were obese when they come into the hospital. We use the cutoff as BMI greater than 28. So, however, when we are looking at the referral patterns, not all obese patients refer to dietitians. Again, it really depends on the local criteria, really. I mean, are we offering weight management service to the patients? It is not necessarily my understanding, but in Stoke Mandeville, we would like to offer weight management for those greater than BMI greater than 28, but in reality, only 1 in 2 obese patients refer to dietitians. So what does the commissioner say, really? I mean, they did publish some guidance back in 2010, and my understanding is by 2015, they give similar recommendations as well. Patients with spinal cord injury or people with spinal cord injuries, their body weight should be assessed where appropriate, and a referral to a specialist consultant on obesity or bariatric surgery if it's necessary. So that's what the statement recommend. This diagram or figures is just to show you what we are currently using in Stoke Mandeville Hospital. Again, if you can see, we cannot offer weight management service or advice to all patients overweight when they come into the hospital. So mainly we work closely with our education team, offering patient educations. We have in-house leaflets that we share with most spinal dietitians within the UK spinal injury centres. So we kind of use similar literatures that we're giving to the people with spinal injury who are overweight, or about educating the importance of healthy eating. But in the clinical situations, we will try to offer dietetic assessment and interventions if the BMI is greater than 28. Most important is they need to consented and happy to talk to dietitians or work with dietitians, because most important things is it will not work if they're not really ready to talk about or think about weight management. So this in the next few slides, I just wanted to show you some background of our evaluation of our clinic. It's very old, probably 10 years old ago, but probably it didn't change much. But again, the simple situation or messages I wanted to give you is there are very limited literatures out there in describing weight management in people with spinal cord injuries. And if you can see, there are only a handful of studies out there. Probably in the last 5 years, I wouldn't add another studies there. If any audience knows about it, please feel free to let me know. But this the next few slides, I just wanted to let you know our experience in Stoke Mandeville, really. So we established a dietetic-led weight management clinic back in 2009, and what we were doing is measuring the changes in terms of anthropometric difference, in terms of body weight, body mass index, sitting blood pressures, anthropometric measurements, and some blood markers as well. And the additional secondary outcomes we look at is the nutrient intakes. Again, over the time, there are new guidance or new report come out about what is the good or optimal nutrient intakes. But at the time of publishing, we use this guidance. So if anyone want to read more, they can look into it. Sorry. The result of our evaluation, again, back to 2009, is we're looking at these parameters. Only adult patients coming into the weight management clinics. We're looking at the changes in body mass index, some arm anthropometric measurements. Again, we do not have any access to the clinical academic research tool like DEXA scanning, bioelectrical impedance. So we're just using standard anthropometric measurements like mid-arm circumference, triceps skin folds, using skin fold calipers to work out the mid-arm muscle circumference. We will measure the sitting blood pressures, and we will analyzing or measuring the nutrient intake using food diary. So the concept of the weight management clinic is that the dietitian will do a nutritional assessment. We would devise an interventional strategies tailored to that specific clients. We will discuss this possible goals with the patients or client. Again, we will need to agree the goals that patients and individuals is happy to implement after they leave the clinics, and we will agree a follow-up time and reassess whether they are following the guidance. So again, I understand this presentation will be recorded, so people can go back to look at exactly what we are doing. It's like, if they like, it's like a protocol what we are doing in each clinics and their follow-up. So the idea of the clinic is we will do a longer initial assessment, and we will come up with some goals. We will review the patients in 4 to 6 weeks time, and then followed by 8 weeks to 12 weeks, and then 12 to 18 weeks or to 20 weeks. So we will evaluate the difference really in from baseline to the when the patients completed the follow-up. So this slide is just to show you the changes in measurements after the for those who completed all the follow-up sessions really. So if you can see, there is a significant changes in body weight and a reduction of body mass index. So the range of weight loss is between 0.8% to 12%. So at that evaluations, we had that range. The mid-upper arm circumference also goes up, but it's not statistically significant changes. But the triceps skin fold, which is we consider as a surrogate markers of body fat, has come down significantly. The mid-arm muscle circumference has gone up from 29.5 centimeters to 30 centimeters, and the systolic blood pressure also comes down as well significantly. So when we're looking at the macronutrients and micronutrients, we are not going into very detail. I think what I wanted to tell you or share with you, this is the group of patients coming into the weight management clinics. And this column is the National Dietary Nutrition Survey, which is back in the time, what does adult UK population eats. And then the last column is the reference nutrient intake. Again, this is what the UK government recommend us to eat. So what I'm trying to say, to bring in the key messages, is if those adults with spinal injuries eating the amount what they recommend, they're more likely to gain weight over time, because majority of the patients come into the clinic are already eating far less energy in terms of calories. And then the other things I wanted to highlight, to bring into your attention, is they eat a lot of sugar compared to what the government recommend. And then the other things I wanted to highlight to your attention is the amount of dietary fibers. They're eating much less dietary fibers than what we would like to recommend. And this is obviously will have a big impact on the neurogenic bowel management, especially if we consider the latest guideline published last year by the Consortium of Spinal Cord Injury Medicines. They recommend the dietary fiber needs are much higher than the able-bodied general populations. So as I said, this is a summary. The calories intake is much less than we would expect it. And we also looking at the energy intakes compared to the estimated requirement using equations. I didn't had a chance this morning to join in the other speakers' talk, but I will look back the video later on. But it is interesting to know the intakes appears to be 10.5% less than what we would expected. But in reality, these people already overweight and obese. So the actual requirement is likely to be lower than we would be expecting. So what about vitamins and minerals? Although these nutrients we're needing very small amount, but this will bring into an considerable effects to our body. One of the key things I wanted to highlight is the red area, which is vitamin D, which is one of the hot topics in people with spinal injury, as well as UK general populations, is that vitamin D intake is significantly and very, very low, and is nowhere near to the government recommendation for those greater than 50 years old. So no wonder the other colleagues of mine in our hospital looking at the prevalence of vitamin D deficiencies, we kind of estimating up to 90% of people admitted to spinal injury centers is already vitamin D deficiency. Obviously, the longer term consequences of vitamin D deficiencies, not just the talking about the immunity, is the osteoporosis, is the bone health. So this is very important features. So these are the other minerals I wanted to highlight to you. If you can see a lot of reds, means they are not or have concerns that from dietetic and nutrition point of view, they are not meeting the requirements really. So I just wanted to bring into a summary, because I'm aware of time, some trace elements which are conditionally important, especially we have skin issues or pressure ulcers are low. So the diet quality and not just the quantity, we as a healthcare profession, we need to look at when we're recommending our patients on a weight management program. So the conclusion of the study is obviously the clinics become permanent, and I run the clinic since 2009 and is still running a very strong clinic. We approximate had about 160 patients contact a year. I only run one clinic once a week on Tuesday afternoon. So I see about 150 to 160 patients per year, but due to COVID pandemic, we need to make some adjustment on video consultation and telephone consultation. So it may be interested to look at any effect on the outcomes and in terms of weight management. The diet quality among spinal patients is quite poor, and we need to look into how can we improve the quality, not just looking at the quantity of the diet. So the recommendation is the guidance on nutritional requirement for general population may not be applicable to people with spinal injury. We proposed a new guidelines back in 2009. And what we also suggesting or consider what can we do to the obese morbidly obese people with spinal injury. So this bring in a few slides really. I haven't seen a hand up, so I guess I still have time. So what can we do for people who are morbidly obese? So we in Stoke Mandeville, we had 2 successful cases today for bariatric surgery. We involve multidisciplinary specialist input. So this case report we published in European Journal of Clinical Nutrition in 2013 is including myself as a dietitian, physiotherapist, bowel management specialist nurse, gastroenterologist, clinical psychologist, obviously bariatric surgeons, and spinal injury consultant. So what the summary brings in is the case report reporting 1 patient, but I wanted to show you the other patients also undergoing similar bariatric surgery. Obviously, there are different types of bariatric surgery. I'm not going into detail for today's talk, but obviously both patients BMI come down significantly, and their mid-upper arm circumference come down significantly. The tricep skin fold, the amount of fat, surrogate markers of fat has come down significantly, but both patients kind of retaining their muscle mass within the upper arms. And there are clinical notifiable improvements in terms of cholesterol. So if you can see both patients' total cholesterol numbers come down, and the HDL cholesterol, which is has gone up in 1 patient. This is a cholesterol we consider is a good cholesterol, so we would like that to go up really. So we will not have any concern. The LDL cholesterol, which is a bad cholesterol, come down in both patients, and the triglyceride as well has come down. So what about the mobility, the physical activities? So these patients, 6 minutes walking distance, it doesn't need expenditure, so they walk significantly longer, 7 months after the operation, and further 12 months time after the post-op, 18 months in total, they walk even longer. So this is something we haven't, we did not report in the case report. So the balance score, again, the physio audience can correct me, and then moving from 2 crutches in 7 months to 1 crutches, although it's come down, but we believe it's a functional gain by using 1 crutches instead of 2 crutches. So these lead to final few slides. I wanted to bring into the attention to the audience that we amongst our healthcare profession, we did try our time volunteering, self initiations. We come in together. We look at all the evidence at the time. Looking at how we can identify patients at risk of overnutrition and obesity. Should we use what cutoff we should use? Should we using DEXA scanning? What kind of weight management surface? Which surface? What type of intervention we should consider? Other types of diet, what type of exercise, again, is today's focus. So I'm sure Vicky and
yeah.
You're still muted, Vicky, but maybe you can indeed take it.
Yeah,
over.
sorry, I think I must have lost my internet there. My screen's frozen. I don't know if you can.
I had the same indeed, so maybe it's a good time if Sanford comes back. Hopefully we can start with questions. There are quite a few questions.
Sorry?
Okay. All right, are you back with us? Sorry, I don't know if that was just my internet, but I lost you there for a moment.
Oh, sorry, I didn't know that. Yeah, I think this is the last few slides really. So we do come up with 39 recommendations. So if individuals click on this link, I shortened the link already so they can access the whole guidelines. And in terms of specifically weight management program for people with spinal cord injury, so we come up with the following recommendations. We kind of get fairly strong consensus really. So referral to dietitian should be considered to those with BMI greater than 28, especially those with complications. The combination of calorie estimated needs really, and we also recommend, if resources is allowed, greater frequency of contacts between patients would aid to lead to a more successful weight loss and maintenance, and the weight management program should last for at least 6 months. So just the last slides really. So this is just to give the audience a thought about how we could or what we should do, or to the end of my presentation today, and obviously this is the list of the panel involving in the weight management guidelines. So if you can see, it's involved in a very wide, diverse discipline, and as well as patient representations as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Samford. Sorry, I think I lost you a bit there at the end. Numerous questions have come through on the chat, so obviously sparked a lot of interest there. Just before we go through those, the clinics you ran, can I just ask, the clinics you ran, do you start them as inpatients and then continue it through into outpatients? Yeah. Okay.
Well, for inpatients, we don't have a clinic per se. So in our service, we do have providing service to both in and outpatient service. For the outpatients, it's a dedicated spinal weight management clinics. So if you like, if patient discharging from our inpatient service, it can be continued to follow up in the outpatient service. But mostly the weight management clinics is we accepting referrals from the spinal consultants or other healthcare professions. If you remember, there is a kind of clinic flow chart. If mainly the BMI is greater than 28 with spinal cord injuries and they are willing, I think it's one of the most important I need to stress out is they need to be happy to work with healthcare professional to lose weight, then we will arrange to see them.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, there's a few questions to try and get through, but we'll probably, looking at time, just get through a couple of them. Someone's put, is there a best time for dietetic referral along the patient journey, 3 months, 6 months post-injury?
Yeah. So thank you for that question. I think this is very important. I think this is very little input. I don't know, again, in the audience, there must be dietitians. I think that ideally is the earliest, the better. So we would be happy to, in Stoke Mandeville, for example, we would be saying we will start weight management advice or support when they starting the rehabilitations. But it is very important to identify they are already at what kind of risk categories. They, I think, is like part of the nutritional screening. On a mission, we will be screening them within 24 hours of admissions, and we will repeat their weight. So people or the multidisciplinary team at their goal planning or MDT meeting can discuss the changes in weight. I think it's very important involving the team and the patients. So this recommendation, when it comes through, they are all it come to no surprise to the whole team. And most important, as I just keep emphasizing, patients need to be consented to see the healthcare professional for help.
Yeah. Someone just asked if she said they may have missed this, but did you measure the mid-arm muscle circumference, not the arm circumference?
Yeah, we measure mid-upper arm circumference using a tape measures, and then we use skin fold calipers to measure tricep skin folds, and then we use these two numbers to work out the mid-arm muscle circumference. So if this is benefiting to the audience, I can give out the formula after the meeting. I can send it out to the organizer.
Okay, we've probably doing okay. Another question is, what percentage are not at the ready to change stage in your experience? What are your feelings about groups versus one-to-one weight reduction? So groups versus one-on-one weight reduction treatment for long-term support for those with spinal cord injury.
Yeah, that's a very good question. I think my personal view is I don't have any data to support that, but it will be interested to know if anyone know about that questions. But my own personal comment is I think weight management is a very sensitive topic. Some patients would tell me a lot of other things inside a one-to-one settings, whereas in a group sessions they may be more hesitate to talk or to share within a group sessions. Again, I am not aware at the time of developing this weight management guidelines. I don't recall any service evaluating a group sessions or in this form. But I mean, it would make sense if resources available to offer an initial face-to-face appointment, and then they can decide that, or the healthcare profession could be screened. This can go on or follow up in a group sessions, or it would be worthwhile to continuing in one-to-one. But I don't have any data to support that.
Okay, I think we better leave that there. There's actually at least another 10 further questions, so I think you've sparked some real interest in people on that discussion. So hopefully that can be followed up later on in the afternoon at the general discussion.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Right.
Okay, thank you. So So moving on, we now have Claire Lincoln. Claire is a specialist physiotherapy working at the Queen Elizabeth National Spinal Injuries Unit in Glasgow. Within her clinical practice, Claire has a wealth of experience working with partners such as Wheelpower and Backup. She is also actively engaged in research and collaboration with Glasgow University. And today she will be presenting on this collaborative work between academia and clinical practice in her presentation. So I'll hand over to you, Claire, now, if you share your screen. Perfect. Thank you.
No. Sorry, I'm just trying to get there.
You're good.
Yeah. That all looking good?
Yep, perfect.
Great. Yeah, so I'm just going to talk a bit about today about how we work collaboratively with a number of academic partners under the umbrella group of the Scottish Centre for Innovation in Spinal Cord Injury. So just a very brief background to the unit. So the Queen Elizabeth National Spinal Injury Unit was established in 1992 and is the national unit for Scotland, providing acute rehabilitation and lifelong care for anyone over the age of 12 with a spinal cord injury. We're based in Glasgow within the Queen Elizabeth University Hospital, which also houses the regional major trauma and neurosurgical centres. And we have two wards, Eden Hall ward, which is a 12-bedded high dependency ward capable of working with acute ventilator needs, and Phillips Hill ward, which is a 36 rehab bed ward, which also includes 6 respiratory care beds for long-term respiratory needs. So our kind of a mission, we see roughly 120 new spinal injuries a year, with 66 of those admitted within 1 week of injury, and we get about 24% coming within 1 day with direct admissions from A&E. We're managing about 1,600 outpatients throughout Scotland with our liaison team and our outreach clinics, which normally operate in 8 locations around Scotland, but they are being done remotely at the moment. So you can see just from the pie chart there that over half of our patients now have incomplete tetraplegic injuries, with just over a quarter having incomplete paraplegic injuries and a much smaller number of complete injuries. And that, of course, is a trend that's being seen worldwide as well. Around half of our cases are due to falls. About 2/3 of our cases are now over the age of 50 at the time of onset of injury, again mirroring what we're seeing happening with other units around the UK and in the westernised countries as well. So moving on to the Scottish Centre for Innovation in Spinal Cord Injury. So this here is our spinal unit, and this part here is a mezzanine area, which is home to the Scottish Centre for Innovation in Spinal Injury. So we have within the mezzanine area, we have kind of presentation areas, offices. We also have space for doing kind of some research that doesn't involve a lot of movement from the patient. So we have EEG monitoring, brain-computer interface options up here as well. So basically the Scottish Centre for Innovation in Spinal Cord Injury is an umbrella group which was established in 2007, led by Dr. Morel Purcell, who is a clinical consultant at the spinal unit, and Dr. Ewan McCaughey, who has a background in neuroscience and biomedical engineering. It's an embedded research microsite within the spinal unit to promote research and provide access and stimulation for clinicians, patients and researchers to work together. So this kind of demonstrates how we see research within our unit. So of course we've got the acute care and primary rehabilitation, peer support, lifelong follow-up, all the various disciplines involved in spinal injury care, but also part of that team is our Scottish Centre for Innovation in Spinal Injury. So research is seen as a continuum of care, or access to research is part of the continuum of care for our patients as well. So just to bring your attention to this picture. So this is our main physio gym area in the spinal unit, and this is the research mezzanine right above us. So sort of geographically, our research team and our clinical team can't really be much closer, but we weren't working so closely together as a wider team. The research portfolio had predominantly been engineering and basic science based, which a little bit of kind of ad hoc work with other members of the team. And we identified a need for expansion into more therapeutic research, in particular rehabilitation approaches to promote neuroplasticity. There was a collaboration between the R.S. Macdonald Charitable Trust, Glasgow Caledonian University and the Queen Elizabeth Spinal Unit. for a whole-time equivalent research physiotherapist for 3 years. So the RS McDonald Trust funded the physiotherapist post, who would be employed by Glasgow Caledonian University and have an honorary NHS contract to allow them to work freely within the spinal unit. So Dr. Alexandra Dybas started with us in October 2018. So while she would be due to finish up this year, much like many of you who will hear, our research activities were halted for a year during the COVID pandemic. So we're about a year and a half into her research activity. Round about the same time, I was supported by Dr. Lorna Paul at Glasgow Caledonian University and the clinical team and management team at the spinal unit to apply for an NHS Research Scotland AHP Fellowship, which was awarded to me in April 2019. And this funds backfill to support the equivalent of 1 day a week dedicated to personal development and research activities. So that allowed me to attend courses, to network, to learn from colleagues, to develop my own research skills that have now allowed me to become more actively involved within the research activities within the unit. So just to talk a little bit about some of the research that we're doing. So as I've mentioned before, previously a very ad hoc relationship between the Scottish Centre for Innovation in Spinal Cord Injury and the therapists and the kind of wider clinical team within the spinal unit. Often there was a lot of stuff going on with the research team that we had no idea about. But now we have a 1.2 whole-time equivalent dedicated research physiotherapy staff. Alexandra has an academic background, myself with a clinical spinal injury background, so that really complements each other's expertise and knowledge, and filling in the gaps in our own expertise and knowledge as well. And between the two of us, we have been involved in literature review, protocol development, ethical application, study implementation, be that through recruiting participants, carrying out outcome measures, carrying out intervention parts of studies, consenting potential participants, networking and liaising with the universities and our clinical colleagues as well about any current or potential research projects. So we now have strong formal and informal links established across clinical research and academic colleagues within and external to SCI, SCI regarding study design, implementation and funding streams. We are now meeting monthly as the kind of leaders within SCI to discuss what's going on at the moment, what's coming up, and we are formalising kind of streams for participant recruitment, for sharing study information, and to avoid kind of co-recruitment and see where studies can share or where we can't share participants to ensure that we're not saturating the unit with too much research at the one time. And that research ethos is bleeding into the rest of the spinal unit team now. Not that all of our clinical colleagues will be involved in carrying out research projects, but just becoming more research aware is certainly going to benefit not just our clinical team, but our patients as well. So with the Scottish Centre for Spinal Cord Innovation started off mainly with academics, but being led by the clinical medics within the spinal unit, we now have a multidisciplinary team with a wealth of background and experience. The fact that they have a base within the spinal unit means that if they're more visible and they're more there, we're more likely to have those kind of conversations in passing, which can generate more ideas, more thoughts, and more research projects moving forward. And it's always good to have that quick conversation with someone in hand, although that's been kind of curtailed a little bit with COVID restrictions. And I'm sure, like many of you, a lot of our work has now been done virtual as well, in virtual meetings and virtual conversations. So to talk a little bit about projects that we have worked on. So before we got this more formal relationship established, there was a web-based physiotherapy in spinal injury, which was in 2017, but we'll talk about that a bit more in a moment. One of our active projects at the moment, we looked at a systematic review of FES cycling in acute spinal cord injury. One of my own particular interests is FES and FES exercise. And we know that there's a gap of, or we presume there was a gap of information out there about how this can be used to its most effective way in acute spinal injury. And that systematic review is now being submitted for publication. and that led to the development of a protocol for acute FAS cycling and spinal cord injury, which we're currently recruiting for. So this is a pilot randomized controlled trial. We are looking at implementing an intervention program of 3 times a week FAS cycling, starting as soon as possible after spinal injury, ideally within 6 weeks, and then doing a 6-week, 3 times a week training program in any muscle groups for those with incomplete spinal injuries that have a muscle power of less than 3. And we're looking at neurological and functional outcome measures. So 3 participants have completed the study. We have 2 that are now active as well, and we're aiming to recruit 12 in total, 8 intervention and 4 control. Another study, this was collaboratively with Glasgow Caledonian University, so working with the academic team, with their doctor physiotherapy students and the clinical team at the spinal unit. But I'll talk to you about that in a bit more detail in a moment, as I will are promoting the Spinal Injury Exercise Guidelines project. From a kind of research point of view, COVID obviously presented us with an awful lot of challenges, but it actually presented us with a really unique opportunity as well, in that we were, due to the really strict infection control restrictions, we had to deliver our rehabilitation in a very different way to what we were used to. Our perception was that patients weren't getting enough rehabilitation, that the rehabilitation was substandard to what we were used to. And again, through collaboration with Glasgow Caledonian University, we recruited one of their master's physiotherapy students to do this as a project for their research project for their masters. So worked with us to look at rehabilitation outcomes of patients who were rehabilitated during the COVID pandemic. So we had 38 patients, and we matched them with similar levels of spinal injury, age and gender to a group that had been rehabilitated prior to the COVID-19 pandemic. What that threw up was quite interesting, in that the rehabilitation outcomes in terms of neurological recovery and functional recovery were actually not significantly different, but the length of stay was significantly shorter in the COVID group. So the automatic assumption would be that the rehabilitation that we were delivering then was superior because we got people to the same level and out quicker. But I think we need to capture a lot more contextual data, because discharge streams are a lot more effective than they normally would be to get people out of acute hospitals. So we've got a bit more work to do in that area before we look at publishing our findings. We're also involved in the European multi-centre study about spinal injury, EMSCI, which is a collaboration between us and the team at EMSCI. And this is Alexandra, who's our academic physiotherapist, is leading our unit with that, and coordinating the medics and the physiotherapists who are trained to carry out these assessments. So this is looking at doing neurological assessments at various time points after acute spinal injury, and inputting that into the European-wide database. Our final sort of project that we are actively working on developing at the moment is a systematic review of shoulder pain and acute spinal cord injury and protocol development. We know there's a lot more literature out there for chronic shoulder pain and spinal injury, particularly in wheelchair users. You understand far less about this complex acute pain, which there's very, very little literature on. And carrying out an audit through the other spinal units, we discovered that it's also a problem there, that it's difficult to manage. There's no kind of one approach to managing it. It's a bit ad hoc. We just sort of throw everything at it and see if something sticks. So what we're looking to do is carry out MRI at admission on the shoulder, and then at first presentation of pain, or at 3 months, whichever happens the sooner, and seeing if we can use MRI to help us understand the mechanisms of this acute shoulder pain, which will then go on to help us understand how we can best manage this. So this is still in development at the moment, and we're also looking for funding to help move this forward. So to talk a little bit more about detail about 3 of those projects that I've mentioned. So there was the web-based physiotherapy project, which was led by Glasgow University, who approached the unit to be involved in this. And this was using the Giraffe health platform, which provides exercises and exercise diary, advice and education sessions. So this is an online system where you can set up an exercise program specifically for a patient, that they can log in and they can do their exercise programs, track their progress, see the exercises that have been prescribed for them. The website was adapted in collaboration with the clinical spinal unit team to ensure it was appropriate and relevant for people with spinal injury. And the exercise page has a video of somebody with a spinal injury, description and a written explanation to help the person carry out the appropriate exercise. So this was a pilot randomised controlled trial, randomising 24 participants into an 8-week programme of 2 times a week web-based physiotherapy or usual care, which would just be their usual level of physical activity. Conclusion from this is that web-based physiotherapy was feasible and acceptable for people with spinal cord injury, and it's also been used in other groups with neurological conditions and other musculoskeletal conditions as well. So one of our more recent projects was sort of collaborative work again with Caledonian University. So Hannah Hulliston, who I understand is joining us today, was a doctorate physiotherapy student at Glasgow Caledonian University. We managed to convince her to do some of her work with us at the spinal unit. She has a particular interest in exercise as well. And what we looked at was a tailored progressive resistance training programme for partially paralysed muscles of the upper limb in individuals with tetraplegia following acute spinal cord injury. So what triggered this was looking at the published exercise guidelines for people with spinal injury, which apply to those who have been injured more than a year. There's also more work needs to be done in those partially paralysed or partially functioning muscles to see how they respond to strength training. So we thought we would look at both of those particular questions, and we devised an 8-week training programme in people with an injury classification of A to D, so complete to incomplete, and expected to remain in the spinal unit for 8 weeks. Our intervention group had a progressive resistance training programme devised for 2 partially paralysed muscle groups in the upper limbs with a functional task goal in mind. So through discussion and assessment with the patient, what is it that you really want to achieve? Are the muscles that we can target to help achieve that? And we applied the exercise guidelines, which was 2 times a week, strengthening 3 sets, aiming to fatigue around 8 to 10 reps, plus usual rehabilitation for 8 weeks. And our control group continued to receive their usual care, so the normal rehabilitation programme. Outcomes we looked at were handheld dynamometry, manual muscle testing, SCIM, so the spinal cord independence measure, and the action reach arm test as a measure of function in the upper limb. We managed to recruit 6 participants, and there was a good adherence to training in the programme. We didn't have any problem recruiting participants. The biggest problem we had was COVID hit right as Hannah was getting up and running with this project, so brought a really abrupt end to it. So we don't really have sort of results that we can use to compare the effectiveness of the training programme. But what we did learn from it, not just COVID-19 being a problem for research, but was participants being medically fit to start this training programme within 8 weeks of spinal injury, because we were targeting a tetraplegia with respiratory care. So they weren't able to get on the project. We had to adapt to our recruitment criteria, inclusion criteria, to being once they were medically fit as opposed to within 8 weeks. We also found it difficult to have the appropriate intensity of training with those with partially paralysed muscles. There was a number of reasons for that. One was having trick movements, so them using their better muscles to try and generate the movement rather than isolating the muscle that we were trying to use. But obviously with a muscle that maybe has, it doesn't have anti-gravity function, you can't then apply a progressive load to it. It's kind of working to fatigue instead. And lots of our patients were unable to complete 8 weeks worth of training, either because they were transferred to another unit or due to COVID. And there was also a high amount of variability between the participants recruited. Hannah has also followed on with her exercise work into looking at promoting the exercise guidelines after recent spinal cord injury. So this is a service improvement project as part of our physiotherapy PhD. And this is tied in with work led by the expert panel group, which was led by Dr. Tony Williams in conjunction with Loughborough, to help physiotherapists disseminate and implement the spinal cord injury exercise guidelines. So Hannah looked at, instead of targeting the health professionals, to target people who were newly injured and at the point of discharge from hospital. So following a review of the literature, she also interviewed spinal unit staff, current inpatients, peer support, including wheelpower, attended patient education sessions, And from that has developed an infographic and a website proposal, and has revisited stakeholder opinion on that, with the final versions still in development. So Hannah has agreed to share, well, or very gratefully has let us share the infographic that she's working on, which I know won't be very easily a one-sheet kind of page where there's quick references to what is required and what the benefits may be. In addition to our own projects, we're working collaboratively with Shepherd Centre in Atlanta, looking at validating a PTOT basic data set, a spinal cord stimulation walking study led by Professor Simon Gandevia in Australia, an uplift upper limb study led by Onward Medical, again with spinal cord stimulation, and an intensive spinal cord injury motor training trial led by Professor Lisa Harvey. So we are an international site for these international randomised control trial, or multi-centre, randomised control trial studies. And we also have another one coming up with spinal cord stimulation in chronic tetraplegia. So looking to the future, we want to continue to build our local and international networks, our own research projects with an interest in rehabilitation technology, acute spinal injury rehab, activity-based therapies, neuromodulation and plasticity. And we also have another PhD student funded through Glasgow Caledonian University PhD student study funded by Life After Paralysis, due to begin later this year, looking at virtual reality and upper limb function. And we want to continue to develop our research skills of our clinical staff. So in summary, at our unit, we have a culture of multidisciplinary research in place, with research at all levels, from undergraduate projects to international multi-centre randomised controlled trials, with expertise across the full continuum or full spectrum of academia and clinical spinal cord injury rehabilitation. Thank you, and I will take any questions.
Okay, thank you, Claire. That was fascinating. I think I could talk to you myself for hours, but on a lot of those projects and things you've been working on. It must be nice to have the integrated research centre within your actual unit. Must be really good at embedding research activity within, fostering that culture of research within your centre.
Yeah, I think definitely now that we speak to each other a lot more, that makes a huge difference.
Yeah. Just whilst we see if any questions come through, just on a personal thing, whilst people are asking, I've got a similar post starting with a day a week of research internship. So how do you find that from balancing, your clinical priorities? Do you find it quite easy to break away and do that, or any advice on that about how to manage the balance of being in clinically and the pressures of, and the pulls of drawing on that when short staff and things, and actually protecting that research time?
I think I'm very fortunate now that we have a system in place where I have, that one day a week I am completely out of the department and someone is covering my clinical caseload, which makes it a lot easier. It's not so flexible. Which, if there's something or meetings you have to do on other days, you just need to compromise and work around it. But yeah, definitely being able to hide away and not be in the department and being distracted helps. But I think it's probably, for me, it's a greater appreciation for just how much background and paperwork's involved in research. Researchers done all day, and now I'm thinking, God, one day a week is just not enough to get on top of all of this. So it can be challenging, it can be difficult. But yeah, I think getting out of the department, getting away is definitely the way to do it.
Yeah, so that sounds a very good idea. We've had one question come through from Jordan. He's put, in your systematic review of FES cycling in acute spinal cord injury, what were the main outcome measures you looked at and what did you find?
So we're looking at, we only actually found 4 studies that met our criteria of a kind of randomised controlled trials. So we were looking at the most common outcome measures were INSCA, SCIM, so looking at functional outcome measures. There was one study that demonstrated an improvement in functional outcome. I think it was after a 4-week, and muscle power after a 4-week training programme. Some were looking more at cardiovascular outcome measures, but because our own protocol we were looking to develop was more at neurological and functional outcome, we were looking at SCIM, we were looking at INSCA, and manual muscle testing, Oxford grade muscle scale as well.
Okay. Just we'll give it a few minutes to see if any other further questions come. Oh, hang on, is this one here? Oh no, that's back to the weight management one, sorry. Yeah, no, just having to wait to see if there's any other further questions come through for you there. I imagine having the person full-time post to support you as well with your clinical day probably really helps, the research day, sorry, really helps with that development there. There we go. In promoting the exercise guidelines among your patients, how do you adapt advice to lesion level or physical function?
So we have a patient education session, which we call, rather than an education session, we call it one of our rehabilitation workshops, where we have peer support comes in, peer support with varying levels of injury from Spinal Injury Scotland, Willpower and Backup, who come into the session with our patients, and we talk about different ways of achieving physical activity, avoiding talking about exercise unless it's specifically asked about by one of our patients. So we talk about all kinds of things, be it wheelchair propulsion, chin control, singing, exercises, housework, being out and about. We sort of use our peer support and we adapt it. So when we talk within the group, we maybe give examples of where somebody may be able to have an opportunity for physical activity, drawing on our peer support, drawing on their personal experience. And when we are discharge planning with patients as well, we're also talking about what may be available to them and making sure that they're linked in with our physical activity advisor for Willpower as well.
Those peer supports you might have said, did you say that they're linked, they're on sort of similar levels and things?
We have
matched, sorry.
Yeah, we have varying levels with our peer support team, including a ventilator dependent tetraplegic is one of our peer support team as well. We get that, and we've got people with kind of mild or cauda equina syndrome. So yeah, we cover a bunch of different ranges of injuries.
Yeah, because I think the field we find is difficult is the advice for the higher levels with, just particularly the ventilated patients on what physical activity they are sort of able to do. I guess that's where you link in with your FES.
Yeah.
Lovely. No further questions just squeeze one in last time. In terms of service change to meet exercise guidelines, what change to services on the acute rehab sides have you considered? Did you get that?
So the way that we help to implement our exercise guidelines is that our support workers implement sort of what we call a training class, which is available 3 times a week for patients, which their physiotherapist will assess their suitability for it, and we'll kind of set the programme, and then our physiotherapy support workers help them carry that out 3 times a week. So that will address cardiovascular training and or strength training, either using weight resistance bands, body weight support, or it may be wheelchair propulsion around a circuit. It might be using active passive trainers, or it might be doing kind of stand circuit type exercises for those that can walk, or sitting type circuit exercises for cardiovascular training. So they come 3 times a week specifically to work on that out with their normal physio sessions.
Okay. Lovely. I think that takes us to time now. So thank you, Claire. That was really, really interesting. I think we're now going for a break until 12:45, so a chance to have a drink and some lunch before we come back. The following session is going to be exercise and nutritional interventions, and starts at 12:45. So feel free to either leave your meeting open or you can log out and come back using the same link as you've done before. Thank you.
What time we're on? Yep.
Okay, welcome back everyone. Thanks for joining us again. So my name is Sven Hoekstra. I'm a research associate within the Peter Harrison Center for Disability Sport at Loughborough University, focusing mainly on interventions to improve cardiometabolic health and inflammation in persons with spinal cord injury. And first one up today is Vicky Tolfree. And Vicky is a professor in applied disability sport and is the director of the Peter Harrison Center. She's published over 150 peer-reviewed articles ranging from studies into Paralympic sport performance to the promotion of health and well-being in persons with spinal cord injury. And today she will present on the project around the development of exercise guidelines that she led together with Professor Martin Guinness of British Columbia. So over to you, Vicky.
Thanks, Ben, and thanks again for organising this particular symposium, bringing us all together. And afternoon, and welcome to any new people who have joined us this afternoon. So like Sven says, I'm going to sort of talk more widely around the exercise guidelines for adults with spinal cord injury, so how we got to that particular project, the sort of considerations based on the scientific evidence, and sort of future research priorities and sort of gaps that we're trying to do here at Loughborough, and obviously also with our key stakeholders and partners for whom there's perhaps many on this call at this moment in time as well. So I guess if we just backtrack a little bit, and for those that have been to the previous presentations earlier, we've sort of spoken a bit about some aspects around the weight management part, the physiology studies that we've done. But if we look at physical activity and exercise, and obviously there are many benefits, those benefits ranging from the psychological bits, the improved well-being, decreased stress, the improved health. But like we're alluding to for today's session, is more mainly around this weight management, improved fitness, improved health angle, which obviously does potentially, hopefully, reduce the risk of obesity if we can get the energy balance right with respect to perhaps what we fuel an individual with, as well as the actual activity part. So I'm going to be covering a little bit more around the exercise piece. And again, where this came from was actually working alongside Dr. Anthony Papathomas and Dr. Terry Paulson, who were at the time research assistants working on a project that was funded by the Coca-Cola Foundation, where we're looking to build a platform at Loughborough around and across the exercise continuum, leaving rehabilitation, getting into physical activity, exercise, sport, and perhaps trying to build the knowledge base of overcoming the barriers, the psychosocial aspects, as well as building exercise and nutrition knowledge at the same time. So just very quickly, one thing that we haven't necessarily built into this symposium, but I'm going to cover it in one slide, so it doesn't really give the work of Anthony Papathomas too much justice really, but he did quite a lot of work initially looking at the barriers for persons with a spinal cord injury and trying to learn the lessons and narrative stories of how we can flip things round a little bit. Where, for example, a person with a spinal cord injury might sort of say to us, well, I don't have enough time. But again, what we're trying to say is the amount of time needed to gain the health benefits is often overestimated. And I'm going to come to that in a moment. There might be a bit of a false illusion of doing, well excess of 30 minutes every single day of the week. But like I mentioned, I'm going to come back to this particular statement in a moment. My local facility isn't accessible. And again, I'm going to allude to some resources that are out there, particularly with COVID at the moment. There's a lot more resources that are available that are remote, virtual aspects. So this slide obviously was perhaps prepared pre-COVID, but you don't necessarily need a gym to get fit. Obviously, there are local parks, recreation facilities, and indeed, like I say, with COVID, exercising in your own home. I don't know where to start. So again, we're hopefully the messengers to try and encourage people to find that activity, doing exercise and physical activity with other people. But again, through the work that I've done, linked a little bit with the British Paralympic Association initially, people can be directed to the website of Parasport. But I know, again, with the physical activity advisors within Willpower and also other foundations such as Backup and other organisations, then there are some great resources and exercises out there now, and particularly, like I mentioned, that are emerging from a virtual perspective. And again, we've got the Matt Hampson Foundation that we're doing some work with as well, that have got some excellent facilities and some great ideas in this particular area. I feel too tired to exercise. And again, we can flip that round with sort of saying, well, do you exercise in the morning or the afternoon? Regular exercise should hopefully improve energy levels. So hopefully that's just given or reminded people a snap sort of shot really around why do we want to do the exercise, and some of those questions that we may be faced, but we need to flip around a little bit to make people then engage in exercise. If we then look at the development of the international spinal cord injury scientific exercise guidelines, I'd just like to just take you through a journey around this particular project. And it did start initially with Kathleen Martin-Guinness coming to Loughborough University. She was on an exchange sabbatical, and she was at McMaster University at that time, but she is now at UBC, University of British Columbia. And we were chatting around what the exercise guidelines are and what they mean, because her research is very much around the behaviour and promotion of activity. My work at that time stemmed very much around parasport and trying to use that as an inspirational journey to get people to engage in exercise and physical activity. And we know there's different narrative stories and pathways that people want to get onto, not necessarily just being inspired by the Paralympic athletes, but just being inspired by wanting to connect and reconnect with family life and going out on pushes, hand bikes around lakes and parks and things like that. But chatting to Kathleen, we were sort of thinking, well, exercise guidelines do need to be specific. If we look at the able-bodied guidelines, and they are appropriate to age, sex, and the ability-specific guidance for those who want to maintain and improve their fitness, performance, or indeed their health. Kathleen and her team, back in 2011, did actually produce some physical activity guidelines for persons with a spinal cord injury. But because this sort of product, this sort of scientific product via research manuscripts, some publications around guidance to exercise, was indeed created by a group of Canadian scientists, I don't believe that the uptake was there at an international level, because they were deemed very much as being the Canadian guidelines for persons with a spinal cord injury. So what myself and Kathleen embarked on is we actually started a new systematic review with an international team, and I'll come to that part in a moment. So again, we've spoken previously, some speakers about functional electrical stimulation, a process of systematic review. Jordan Fenton, my PhD student, is also doing a systematic review as well. And obviously, it does inform you about the current state of a specific topic. And what we were trying to do was establish the effects of exercise on fitness, cardiometabolic health, bone health among adults with a spinal cord injury. And we found, with some sort of key words, over 13,000 papers, scientific studies. We then obviously eliminated that down to those that were relevant for our sort of inclusion criteria, those that involved adults with a chronic spinal cord injury, and those studies that actually we could look at the acute side of things. And again, I think that's obviously what has been done recently around the acute with the FES related work, because often, as you can see from the numbers here, 189 versus 22 of chronic versus acute, is the acute persons often don't have as much information to glean their sort of practice and recommendations around. But we synthesized this literature, and we then formed some guidance around the effects of exercise on indeed the fitness, health of persons with a spinal cord injury. And that's available for you to read in neurology. But again, not many practitioners will have time to read this type of information. A systematic review that obviously is very detailed with supplementary files around all those 211 relevant studies, going through quite a robust procedure in terms of grade and rating, and actually looking to sort of look at those that have high relevance and those that have sort of lower confidence because of the limited numbers or the quality of the study that has been taken on board. Now, what we were quite fortunate with is through Kathleen's networks and my networks here in the UK, is that we actually conducted several international panel meetings to try and synthesize and put into concepts the sort of whether or not we feel that we're reading the evidence right and the application of the evidence. So we actually brought together panels that involved scientists, experts, people with lived experience of spinal cord injury. And we sort of took 3 main meetings, which did actually consist of 29 experts across 7 countries and 3 continents. So we were quite sort of proud that we brought the European, the Canadian community together to host and have a look at the findings that we had put in various aspects around sort of body composition, bone health, cardiorespiratory fitness, etc. From that process, we were then able to produce a document that was published in Spinal Cord that actually allowed us to really look at more, well, what do these sort of scientific studies actually mean? And we then produced a document that actually synthesized the literature to give scientific evidence base around what the exercise guidance should be as an update, as new guidance for people with a spinal cord injury above the age of 18 years. From this, we were able to sort of produce, and this sort of snapshot, I think you've seen a little bit of an infographic come around the physio related work, around what the scientific evidence currently is. So from a fitness point of view, for cardiorespiratory fitness and muscle strength benefits, then we're looking for adults to engage in 20 minutes of moderate to vigorous intensity, 2 times per week, plus 3 sets of strength and conditioning 2 times a week. If we want to push the benefits to reach to the cardiometabolic health, then we are encouraging people to up the intensity from 20 to sort of 30 minutes in terms of the volume. So that's sort of still keeping up the moderate to vigorous intensity, but doing that 3 times a week. And I'm going to come back to this sort of new updated guidance in a moment, because that was quite a novel feature of the literature that we were looking at, was this more cardiometabolic health aspect around the guidance. What I must stress through this process, though, is that the spinal cord injury guidelines are indeed less than the WHO sort of guidance. And a lot of people have sort of said to us, why is that? Well, our sort of process that we did is when we were putting together the spinal cord injury guidance, is that we were looking at minimum dose, whereas the World sort of Health Organization, that's based on an optimal dose. So there's sort of different sort of terminology that's being used there. But what we also must factor is that people with a spinal cord injury, and many of you on this call obviously know the cohort here, are using their upper extremities, smaller musculature. And so therefore they're actually starting at a much lower level of fitness because of the rehab and the body changes from a physiological and musculature point of view as a consequence of spinal cord injury, but also the modalities that they're actually undertaking as well. So like I mentioned, is that we found some new evidence really in the literature from 2011 through to this sort of 2017 project, where what we were sort of saying, well, 2 times per week does not necessarily improve the markers for cardiometabolic disease. A greater stimulus is needed for that. The mechanisms for cardiometabolic health improvements are still quite poorly understood, and there's gaps in the literature that we must be sort of pushing to try and look at those particular aspects. When we were looking at the grade, looking at the quality of the results out there, is whilst we're leaning towards this sort of 30 minutes 3 times a week for these additional markers to be possibly effective, is there certainly still exists a lot more stronger evidence if we were to have a look at fitness versus the sort of cardiometabolic outcomes. But again, hopefully what we're trying to do is share this knowledge and get more people to be looking at some of these aspects around markers in sort of good quality controlled studies, hopefully sort of blinded in certain markers, but certainly good quality clinical studies out there. If we sort of then have a look at the knowledge translation, I think we've had some discussion earlier about what's happening in terms of the physios and their knowledge of using this information, because it's all well and good having this information and even translating it like we have done to Asian communities by basically changing the narrative to be in Korean, in Japanese, in Dutch, and other sort of languages. But obviously what we need to do is how meaningful is this message and how we actually translate it to current practice. And that's where Kathleen Martin-Guinness has sort of moved it forward in Canada, with Femke doing some excellent work of trying to translate and understand what it means in Canada, the language, how you actually look at the sort of matrix of the guidance. And they've produced this particular infographic fact sheet around the starting point, meeting and pushing it up to an advanced level of the 20 to 30 minutes. But not in every country is going to be the same. And so we still need to be doing some of this work to be moving that translation so it's actually used by the end users and indeed by the practitioners to be encouraging people to meet these recommendations. Moreover, there's other considerations that we need to be thinking about. And obviously we need to be thinking about, well, what sort of exercises can we be encouraging people to actually do? And again, if you were to go onto the Peter Harrison Centre web pages and look at the Fit for Life resources, we've got a number of activities there, such as arm cranking, circuit training, hand cycling, pushing, rowing, etc., that we're encouraging people to try and do their sort of 20 or 30 minutes worth of exercise within. And you'll hear some hand cycling work from Sonia following this particular presentation. As one of the health interventions, it certainly does have a positive effect on quality of life and fitness and other aspects. What we also need to be looking at is this virtual world, is where we see Twitter feeds from the Matt Hampson Foundation looking at sort of body weight supported gait for persons with a spinal cord injury, those people that can sort of do some form of ambulation. We've got some fantastic resources from Willpower that are looking at some sort of yoga activities, seated aerobic activities, and other activities to try and engage exercise to meet this sort of moderate to vigorous exercise intensity. But again, we need to be thinking about, well, what does that mean, which I'll come to in a moment, but also whether we can be quite varied in the actual exercise modalities to reduce the risk of injuries of the shoulder. Because for some people who obviously require a manual wheelchair for their daily ambulation, as well as partaking in exercise, we do need to be very careful that obviously that the shoulder is designed for mobility rather than the stability. It's operating around sort of 3 degrees of planes in terms of the range of motion. Obviously, again, if someone is transferring even just the physical activity in and out of their car, and they're then putting the wheelchair in the back seats, they're really sort of moving the body around with some loads that could actually be causing problems for shoulder pain. And the pathology can lead to quite severe consequences in terms of engaging in activity because of the problems with the shoulder. So obviously, if there's shoulder pain and shoulder injury, then that's going to decrease the daily living, maybe the independence and quality of life. And indeed, then we're going back to a spiral of becoming inactive because the activity that we are doing, it hasn't been sort of put together right in terms of the rest, recuperation, recovery, and things like that of a balanced program. So it's very important that obviously we do look at the sort of prehab and the TheraBand work, as well as the pushing work, as well as maybe the rotor retraction work of encouraging more rowing-like activities and hand cycling and other activities to balance the program so that the shoulder is at less risk when we're trying to encourage the message of doing activity. And there's a fine balance really with what we're doing there. So we've got sort of proportion kinetic device in our laboratory that's a smart wheel that does allow us to look at the kinetics and forces during manual hand rim propulsion. And here's just a very short clip. I'm just going to move my mouse onto the screen here. We were working actually when I did my practice run, and now it's actually not showing the video. No. So unfortunately, I was going to just show a short little video clip here that actually just shows those sort of peaks and troughs in terms of the forces during manual wheelchair propulsion, where again, you're going to have a high impact. You could push it over a long period of time because basically you're pushing, and the scapula is controlling the asymmetries of the left and right. And again, depending on curvature of the spine, metal implants, and the sort of rounded balance of how you might put together a sort of an exercise physical activity program to counter the sort of high impact on the shoulder, the wrist and the elbow, etc., and the forces and the load there. But obviously what I'm trying to endorse here is just trying to be creative and think outside the box of different activities. So arm cranking, hand cycling, rowing are quite sort of favourable activities. We've had the sort of the Scottish Glasgow research shared with us, which do a lot of work around functional electrical stimulation, which actually is a great activity to be getting persons with a spinal cord injury to be engaging with, because that allows a central adaptation as well as the peripheral adaptation to occur, because you're going to be elevating the heart rate that bit more than what you would be doing by just doing arm cranking alone. And again, that's going to influence the rating of perceived exertion, which we need to be careful with, of getting into that sort of moderate to vigorous intensity activities as well. With that in mind, we've been doing quite a bit of work recently around ratings of perceived exertion, because when we have put together the guidance of working and doing effort that's moderate to vigorous, then that doesn't mean a lot to individuals. And so we need to anchor that to the feelings of what exercise actually means from a central peripheral point of view. So I do know that our Dutch colleagues in the audience use the Borg CR10 scale during rehabilitation clinical practice, which is 0 to 10. It's not a linear scale, and indeed do have a little look at that to see whether or not that is an appropriate one to be using. We typically here at Loughborough have been using the Borg RPE scale that's 6 to 20, but we've recently just done some work with Sonia and her team around looking at the relationship of comparing, contrasting both of those two scales to see if we can actually utilize them and cross-reference, of which our research findings showed that we could across different exercise modes of arm cranking, hand cycling, wheelchair propulsion, and across quite a wide variety of functional capacity and fitness range in the population group as well. But indeed, do take a look at the RPE scale and how that could be used to monitor moderate to vigorous activity. And the final slide then, sort of chatting to Kathleen and sort of saying, where are we taking this work? Then we're quite proud of the fact that we have worked internationally to produce this disability-specific guidelines for persons with a spinal cord injury, because they certainly do need to be rigorous just as much as what we do for the general population guidelines. Guidelines do certainly play an important role in alleviating those barriers to physical activity, because we wanted to try to encourage people to be thinking, let's try and meet this. And there's a goal there with the right sort of goal setting skills, psychological, mental prep as well. Now, guidelines are only one part of this sort of big promotion puzzle of activity promotion, because there's behavior, there's change. We need to get people to buy into this. Now, Canada have done a great job with this. We've got the emerging profile that's coming through our consortium of working with key people. And like I mentioned, we want to be doing this knowledge translation work now in the UK and leading some of this translational work. So hopefully it does lead to meaningful change of our patients, our communities, leading a successful physical activity and healthy lifestyle. Thanks very much. And actually, I did have one final slide, but that was just to introduce the next speakers around the food intake and exercise interventions, but I should be quiet now.
Thanks, Vicky, that was great. There is a bit of time for questions. So again, as in the morning, please put them down in the chat and I will read them out. I'll start off and then people have time to come in with their questions. So Vicky, these guidelines were like very much around structured exercise. When you went through all the literature, let's say, what did the evidence look like for physical activity? And there's like in the able-bodied literature, there's more about you can break up maybe bouts of exercise and do short stints throughout the day. What are your thoughts on sort of the developments in that area for people with spinal cord injury?
Yes, and that's a very useful point, Sven, because there's very little work around breaking up sort of bouts of smaller chunks of exercise. There's been some work by Jacobs in the States that have done, I guess, the sort of circuit training sort of protocol, but that's still maybe within 30 minutes, where then you do a period of arm cranking for 3 minutes, you then go and do some strength work, you then go to the next machine to do something else. So you're still doing that in a set duration. But like you say, obviously, we want to be encouraging people to maybe accumulate exercise. And there's been some work recently that we collaborated on with Bedford, with Dan Bailey, that indeed did do some work across the time course of the day. And there's some sort of encouraging results there to show that it could be quite meaningful. But it's hard to say just off sort of, one study plus a few studies that have also been trying to have a look at this, as well as looking at high intensity training and building in some short bouts here and there. So I'd sort of say that we definitely need to be looking at that, but we can't make any firm conclusions until we really have that quality of evidence out there. It's even if you read the systematic review, we've got some high confidence in certain parameters, but emerging confidence in others, because the subject population, I think James even referred to it in the opening presentation, where you've got different lesion levels, completeness, mixed male, female groups and things like that, and different ages. So it's really, really hard to be quite specific about things. But if we can start generalizing as much as we can in the first instance, then that's a starting point.
Yeah, absolutely. And the question from Hannah sort of links in with that. So she asked, was a recommendation around sedentary behavior or reducing sedentary time considered when creating the exercise guidelines?
I guess that's in the translational piece, to be truthful, is that really we've just extracted the scientific evidence from previous research. What we now need to really be going into is we need to be now sort of saying, well, what's the implications of setting that in practice? So it's really up to the therapists, the physios, the occupational people within the medical community to then be sort of just saying, well, how would you want to be putting in that 20-minute block or that 30-minute block? And that's the next stage that we need to be working with, really.
Yeah, and the next question is from James. He asked, so you developed the guidelines to tackle informational barriers. Do you know from other populations, other disability populations, where that has worked in the past, sort of the development of guidelines to tackle that barrier?
Yeah, I mean, that's a good question, James. I mean, that's the bit where I guess the expertise is coming from those people around knowledge translation at this moment in time, is that there's a big issue out there in terms of information barriers, of how you interpret the information or how you are receptive to the information. And I think that is actually where the gaps are. So, I mean, you've identified something there to sort of just say, well, we've got the information now. I mean, it is again getting dated because it was a publication in 2017 and we're now in 2021. And there's some great work out there that's emerging with the FES related work that we haven't really captured as much, and some of the ambulantly gait work as well. So I think if your PhD can fit that type of work, James, then I think that would be a really nice avenue to pick up on.
Nice. We've got a last question. That's a nice one, indeed, from Lauren. More practically, so can you mentioned about the exercise intensity with the Borg scale? Can you provide some more sort of practical points where people should aim for in terms of what numbers to look for on the Borg scale, or what heart rate measures, sort of what kind of ranges would we be looking at?
Yeah, I mean, again, it really sort of depends on who we're working with as such. If certainly if I was working with the Borg scale of 6 to 20, then really I'd be looking at an RPE between 13 to 17 as a sort of suitable value that then would correspond with the sort of percentage VO2, in those individuals who we can be confident with the heart rate as a percentage of heart rate. I perhaps got Sonia on this call. I perhaps should have read the paper that we did of extrapolating the 0 to 10 of where that would fall. But a lot of the researchers in Sonia's labs have sort of used a range of 4 to 6. I'm looking for a nod actually from Sonia now, but I can see her name there, but not her face, in some of their research. But again, it can be very wide, because even if you were to, I'm now looking at Sonia because I remember reading one of the research papers that used 4 to 6. But if you think that's week 1 to week 2 to week 3 to week 4, then if someone's getting fitter, then that RPE also needs to be sort of changing over time as well. And I guess you just need to be anchoring it as best as you can. But hopefully in the next few years, you'll see some more guidance coming out around the RPE percentage moderate vigorous work, because that's some work that we're currently still doing at this moment in time. And I'll be quiet and we can pick that up after Lauren in a further discussion, but I won't overrun and I can let Sonia follow me now, and effectively she might even be able to pick up some of these points.
Yeah, fantastic. Thanks. It was really useful. I need lots to do still. This was a nice segue into the next speaker, Dr. Sonja de Groot, or de Groot for the English audience. Yeah, Dr. de Groot has been a leading researcher in the area of physical activity and health in persons with a disability for over 20 years. She might not like me saying this, but and she works as a senior researcher at REA, the Rehabilitation Center in Amsterdam, and also as an associate professor at the VU University in Amsterdam as well. And today she will be presenting sort of the range of health and exercise intervention that she has been involved in recently. So yeah, again, if you have questions also throughout the session, just put them in the chat box, and then over to you, Sonia.
Thanks, thanks Sven for the introduction, and also of course for the invitation to talk about health interventions in persons with spinal cord injury. As you all know, physical inactivity and overweight are common wheelchair users with a spinal cord injury. And physical inactivity and spinal cord injury is clearly shown in this graph. On the y-axis, you see the duration of dynamic activities in the percentage of the day. And on the x-axis, you see different rehabilitation groups, like, for example, people with cerebral palsy, chronic pain, chronic heart failure, leg amputation. And you can see the spinal cord injury, patients with a spinal cord injury are here, so at the lower end of the physical activity spectrum. And what we also know from also a study of myself from 11 years ago, is that there is a change in body mass index over time. So if you look at the start of active rehabilitation here, on the left side, you can see the start, then 3 months later, and the discharge of inpatient rehabilitation, you see that there was already a slight decrease in the body mass index during inpatient rehabilitation. But in the year after inpatient discharge of inpatient rehabilitation, there is a sharp increase, which is a significant increase in the body mass index. And it looks like the BMI is stabilizing. However, at this time, we asked the patients or the participants to report their own weight, so probably that was underreported. And then 5 years after discharge, we measured the body mass again, and you see again an increase in that body mass index over time. So a healthy lifestyle is important for this group, and during rehabilitation there is quite some attention for a healthy lifestyle, but after rehabilitation, maintaining a healthy lifestyle seems to be difficult. You could also see in that body mass index that increases after rehab. So one of the things that we promote during and after rehabilitation is hand cycling, because of course in the Netherlands we are a cycling culture, we have a flat country, so it's easy to move around with a hand cycle. And you can use the hand cycle for mobility reasons, so then you use the attachable hand cycling unit to your wheelchair, or you can use a fixed frame hand cycle, and it's more for sports purposes. And in comparison with wheelchair propulsion, hand cycling is physiologically much more efficient. So you can go for longer distances, for example, but also with less energy. It costs you less energy. And also a very important one is that it's less straining for the shoulders. And it's a nice graph from a study of Usina Arnett from Switzerland. She has studied glenohumeral contact force, which you can see here on the y-axis. So that's an indication of the shoulder load during hand cycling. That's the left graph. And you can see the shoulder load during a full cycle during hand cycling here. And this is during wheelchair propulsion. So this is the push phase and then the recovery phase. And you can see that the shoulder load is much higher during the push phase in wheelchair propulsion than during hand cycling. So that's also one of the reasons why we in the Netherlands already introduce hand cycling during rehabilitation for longer distances, and also stimulated after rehabilitation by initiatives like the handbike battle. Now, what is the handbike battle? That's an event that we organize each year in June, when there is no COVID, of course. And we organize this to promote hand cycling after rehabilitation. The hand bike battle, it's a race in Austria because we want to go to the mountains. And we don't have any mountains in the Netherlands. It's on the Calibration Gletscherstrasse, and it's a race of 20 kilometers and 900 meters in elevation. Now, the Calibration Gletscherstrasse is not a very well-known mountain, but it's comparable to the Mont Ventoux or the Alpe d'Huez. So it's really a tough climb. And it's a battle because it's a battle among 12 Dutch rehab centers, and they all have teams of 4 to 6 former patients. And these former patients are not elite athletes or very active already, but those are people that should be encouraged to initiate or keep training after the rehabilitation period and to become healthy and fit. And I have a video to show you if it works. Yeah. Give you an impression of the hand bike battle.
You can overcome the mountain not only physically but also mentally.
100 people going up the hill. Oh, I'm not alone with my handicap. Yeah, it's great.
De sport geeft je het zelfvertrouwen, het geeft je kracht en je bent gewoon vrij om te gaan en staan waar je wil.
If you can keep on believing in that message, you'll carry down the rest of your life.
You just need to believe in it and you need other people to believe in you. Then you can accomplish a lot of challenges. You almost feel invincible.
It literally changed my life.
It's a great battle, so we're gonna win it.
Ik wil het doen in minder dan 3 uur.
I'm looking forward to it now, so let it come then.
Drie, 2, 1.
Surviving the mountain. That's the best thing to do.
She's a hero. She's a hero.
Yeah. Great, fantastic. It's incredible. There are young girls of 14 coming in. There are old guys from 65 coming in, which train like a year for this event. It's just unbelievable. It's beyond words.
Je kan het beste van je leven maken door niet naar achteren te kijken, maar vooruit te kijken van wat wil ik nog wel. Move forward and go further with your life.
You're disabled if you're not sitting in a wheelchair here, and that's the best thing ever.
I hope this gave a good impression of the handbike battle and also how tough it is. So it's really a challenge that they have to train for. And of course, we wanted also to investigate what the effect was of this training for the handbike battle on measures like health and fitness. So all the new participants from the teams of the participating rehabilitation centers were also asked to participate in the study. And if they said yes, then we tested them in January, February. That was the time of the medical screening for the handbike battle and also the start of the training. And we tested them again with the same questionnaires and measurements in May, June, and that's just before traveling to Austria. And the measurements that I would focus on in this presentation are on the body mass index and waist circumference, and on peak power output, so one of the fitness measures. You can see that Sven was also participating as a tester in this handbike battle study. You see him here in a younger version. If we look at the results, then first we look at the peak power output, so a measure of fitness. You can see on the x-axis the peak power output at the first test occasion, and on the y-axis the peak power output on the second test occasion. So after the training, this diagonal line is the line of identity, and all those dots are the participants. And if this dots, so one participant is on this line of identity, then that means that the peak power output was exactly the same at the first test occasion as on the second test occasion. Now, that's of course not what we would like to see, because they have been training, so we would like to see an increase in peak power output, so the dots should be above that diagonal line. So luckily we see that most of the participants increased the peak power output, and also on average we saw an increase of 122 watts to 141 watts, so a relative change of 17% in fitness. So if you look at a similar graph, but then for the body mass index, so again, body mass index at the first test occasion on the x-axis and the second test occasion after the training on the y-axis. What we would like to see now is, of course, that the body mass index decreases, so the dots should be below the diagonal line. And we can see that most of the dots are indeed below that line, but it's not a very large effect. But on average, there was a decrease of 24.1 to 23.6 kilogram per square meter, so relative decrease of 2.1%. The waist circumference, we also looked at that. You can see better results, more improvement in the waist circumference here. So again, it should be below this line to see an improvement. And also on average, we saw a decrease from 19.9 to 87.2 centimeters, so a minus 4.1% relative decrease in waist circumference. Now we know that body mass index, waist circumference are not the best body composition measures. So we also did a subgroup, a subgroup participated in a different study with also the bioelectrical impedance analysis involved, which is also not the perfect measure, but it's feasible for this study. And what we saw that the body mass index and waist circumference, there was not a significant result, it was only minor changes in those parameters. The only significant change was in the fat mass. In kilogram, there was from 19.6 kilogram to a decrease to 18.5, so a relative decrease of 5.6. But there was no change in fat-free mass or in kilogram or the relative value. So I thought it was not really impressive. There are some changes, but it's not really impressive. There could be, of course, because there are always problems with arm exercise. It's a relatively small active muscle mass that is involved. It's not always possible to have a sufficient intensity and duration with arm exercise. And of course, there's also no contribution to the integrity of the legs and secondary medical complication in legs, for example, pressure sores. And Vicky also said that there's always a risk of overuse injuries when doing arm exercise. So in another study, we looked at the difference between upper body exercise versus total body exercise, also in people with a spinal cord injury. And that was the all-risk study, in which inactive people with long-standing spinal cord injury, so they have a spinal cord injury for more than 10 years, they participate in a 16-week training, either on the Burker bike, it's a hybrid cycling, so it's in this picture below. There was just hand cycling, voluntary arm exercise, combined with electrical stimulation leg exercise. And that was compared to the hand cycling condition, so it's just arm exercise with no leg exercise. And of course, we measured a lot of parameters, like the body composition parameters as muscle and fat mass. So first of all, we looked at the difference of the energy expenditure during hybrid cycling versus hand cycling. And we had two subjective intensities. So we let the same group cycle in the hybrid cycling, the Burker bike, and also in hand cycle condition. And you can see there were two exercise intensities. So level 3 on an RPE scale 1 to 10 and level 6. So there was a subjective intensity. And the dark gray bar is the hand cycling condition and the light gray bar, the hybrid cycling condition. So you can see that at the same subjective intensity, the hybrid cycling had a higher metabolic rate than the hand cycling condition. So you could say, okay, maybe hybrid cycling is possibly more useful for weight control. So if you then look at the body composition measures, first of all, the waist circumference, pre and post training, so a similar graph as I showed you before. We would like to see again a decrease, so that should be, all the dots should be below this line of identity. And the circles are the hybrid cycling group and the squares the hand cycling group. And what we found, there was a main effect for time, so there was a decrease in waist circumference of 3.1 centimeters on average, but there was no difference between the groups. Similar results were found for trunk fat. That was measured with the DEXA scan, again in a subgroup. And also there was a main effect of time. So there was a decrease in trunk fat after the training, but no difference between the two cycling groups, so the hand cycling versus the hybrid cycling groups. And also if you look at the android fat, similar results, there was a main effect of time, so there was a decrease in android fat, but not a difference between the groups. If we look at the muscle and fat mass in the legs, then we found that after hybrid cycling, there's more muscle mass in the legs, which of course made sense. If you stimulate those muscles again, then and they are active, then they will increase in muscle mass. But also a surprising result, I thought, was that after hybrid cycling and hand cycling, there was a lower fat mass in the legs. So there was no difference between those groups, but both groups showed a lower fat mass in the legs after training. And in conclusion, we could say that both exercise modes can improve body composition, but if you want to increase the muscle mass in the legs, then of course you should use the hybrid cycling. So we also performed other studies with electrical stimulation, but then during activities of daily living. So in this study, there was a study performed by students from Thomas Janssen. They investigated the energy expenditure during just sitting. So there was just sitting, watching a movie, and there were two different conditions. A condition that there was no electrical stimulation, and the other condition was just watching the movie with electrical stimulation, different muscles, the glutes, hamstrings, quadriceps, and the calf muscles. And there were different stimulation protocols as well. And the result of this project was that, of course, we found that there was a low energy expenditure during rest, lower than in able-bodied participants, so up to 25% lower. But the more interesting result is that the energy expenditure increased during all electrical stimulation protocols. So what you can see here in this graph is the dark green bar is the oxygen uptake, and the light green is the energy expenditure. And this is the condition in rest, on the left side of the red line. And these are the different stimulation protocols. But what you can see in general is that when you put on the electrical stimulation, there is an increase of the energy expenditure. Now, other student projects looked at the energy expenditure during 3 activities with and without electrical stimulation. It was just lying down, sitting again, and also wheelchair propulsion with and without electrical stimulation. And you could see clearly that if the electrical stimulation was turned on, there was an increase in energy expenditure when lying, so when sitting, and also during wheelchair propulsion. So for lying, it was an increase of plus 74 kilojoule an hour, for sitting 57 kilojoule an hour, and for wheelchair propulsion, so 56 kilojoule per hour. So the question is, might this be useful for weight management? Not, of course, if you do this just 5 minutes a day, but if you can put on electrical stimulation short, for example, in the morning, and you wear that the whole day and you get the electrical stimulation, that might increase your energy expenditure and maybe also improves your body composition. And maybe there are also better results after training, because this was just a cross-sectional study. So if you train these muscles, then the muscle mass will be larger and the energy expenditure can be increasing as well. And of course, electrical stimulation can also have other effects, like, for example, the prevention of pressure sores, because of that larger muscle mass, and also for better local circulation. One of our PhDs is now looking at the effects of electrical stimulation to prevent pressure sores. And the last health intervention that I would like to talk about is the WHEELS app. That's the WHEELS stands for Wheelchair Exercise and Lifestyle Study. Now, this is what the app looks like. You see 9 tiles on this first screen, and I will explain these tiles to you. So the first tiles are about motivate me and community. And if you click on those tiles, you will get some information, tips and tricks. And also you can find the SCI exercise guidelines that Vicky just presented. We have translated these, of course, to Dutch and also made a nice infographic so people can find that also in this app. There is an exercise database and a training program. So there are a lot of exercises you can find, and they are all animated with videos, so you can see how you have to perform these exercises, and you can make then a training program. There is a tile calling progress tracking. So you can, for example, enter your body mass every week if you are able to measure that. So you can see if there is a decrease in body mass over time. There's also a tile sleeping and exercise, or relaxation, I mean. And so it gives you information about relaxation exercises, sleep, and gives you also vitality tips. Then there's an important tile that's called nutrition, and that gives you nutritional advice, and there's also a whole product database behind it. So For example, if you have eaten your lunch and you ate some bread, then you can scan that product by scanning the barcode, and it gives you the calories that you ate when eating that slice of bread. So if you do that the whole day, you can get an indication of how much calorie intake you had during the day. And there's also a calendar. So you can plan your exercises. For example, on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, you will plan your exercise. So of course, we also did a pilot study, or we did a study, in this case, a pilot study to figure out the effectiveness of this Wheels app. And we included 21 wheelchair users with either spinal cord injury, spina bifida, or lower limb amputation. It was an intervention study that participants used the app for 12 weeks. And of course, again, various measurements before and after the intervention were taken. So the primary outcome measures were satisfaction, usability, and ease of use. And these were measured with a semi-structured interview. And there were secondary outcome measures, among others, the body composition measures like body mass, waist circumference, also the outcome of the BIA. So if we look at the results, first of the exercise part, and there was enthusiasm about the animation showing how to perform the exercises. It seems especially suitable for beginners who need an incentive to start exercising regularly. And they said also the ease of use could be improved so that it was easier to find the exercise and also to make a training program yourself. About the nutrition part, there was increased awareness about calorie and nutrient intake, and there was great satisfaction about this part. However, the algorithm for calculating the daily calorie intake advice still needs to be tailored. So in this pilot study, there was still the general population algorithm for calculating daily calorie intake, so that should be tailored to people with a spinal cord injury. So we're working on that right now. The last results of this pilot study, there were the body composition measures. So it's the same kind of table as I showed for the handbike pedal study. You could see there was a slight decrease, a relative decrease in body mass and BMI and waist circumference, with waist circumference being a significant change. And there was quite a high decrease in fat mass, so from 32.1 to 26.7 kilo, so a relative change of 16.8%, and also an increase of fat-free mass of 7.9%. So this was much more than what we found in the handbike pedal study. So this might be due to the nutrition part, which was not involved in the handbike pedal study, but maybe it's also can be explained by the higher baseline values, because in this group the baseline values are much higher than in the handbike pedal group. So I would like to conclude with a take-home message. I think that upper body exercise is beneficial for fitness and also for weight control, but it does not always seem sufficient, or maybe it's often insufficient for weight control. Adding lower body exercise via electrical stimulation might help as well, but of course takes a lot of time and effort. And I really think that diet also needs more attention for weight control. I would like to thank you for your attention. If there are any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Thanks, Sonja. That was great. Yeah, we can start with a question from Tom Nightingale. He said, what was the volume of exercise performed between T1 and T2 in the handbike battle study?
Yeah, that was a great variety of training loads, because it's not a study that it was just open the training for them. I mean, the rehabilitation teams give some advice about the training they can do, but it was not a standardized training like in a lab-based training. So there is a big variety in the training load. So some people only train 2 times a week for half an hour, while others train 5 hours a week and train quite so many hours and at a higher intensity. So there is a publication about the training load by Ingrid Kouwijs, and there are the specifics of the training and also the whole range. But it's a big range, so it's not a set training from the rehab centers or from the researchers.
Yeah, great. Just to follow up, just at the end of your presentation, you mentioned about the nutrition part in the app and about the caloric intake, that needs to be adjusted to the spinal cord injury population that you're working with. Could you elaborate a bit more, sort of what you're doing at the moment to try and incorporate that in the app?
Yes, we are trying to come up with a better energy expenditure energy expenditure algorithm. Data scientist is working on that at the moment as well. Also with some, we know of course that the resting energy expenditure is a lot lower than in the general population. So Dirk Hoevenaars has done a study to measure the resting energy expenditure, but also the energy expenditure during several activities of daily living. And a data scientist is now working on a better algorithm to estimate that energy expenditure.
Okay. Nice.
Well, at least it should be much lower, of course, than the general algorithm that it's in there right now, because then we know if they use that, then their intake will be too much and they will not lose weight probably.
Yeah, no, exactly. Tom presented that nicely indeed.
Yes.
I just wait for others to come into the chat. Whilst I do that, I've explained myself how nice the handbike battle is and how inspiring it is. Just when others, so there are people from the UK, from America, other places listening in, what would you say if at some point these people are thinking of creating a project like that, what would you say are the main ingredients to think of when you want to start a project like that?
I think the main ingredients are, of course, also rehab teams that are really motivated to select people and start training them. And of course, they need some advice how to train them. I don't know if every rehab center in other countries know a lot about training, but so it's good to have someone involved who knows about training in this specific group. And it costs quite some effort also from the rehab team to train these people, to give them advice. But I think most important in the handbike battle in this project is that people also start training at home. So some centers, they have a training together once a week, but for the rest of the week they have to train at home. And it's also interesting to see if they are capable of staying in a physical active shape, so to say, after the handbike battle, because that's always the problem with all our lab-based studies. Okay, people start training and they follow our training schedule for 10 weeks or 12 weeks, and then the training will stop. And what then? Are they going to sit on the couch and watch Netflix again, or are they still able to keep training in their home environment? And I think that's the nice part of the handbike battle, that there are a lot of people still keep on training after the event. So that's not a real answer to your question, but it's something I would like to add.
Yeah.
And also, if you look at the longer term, then there are many people that still are fit 1 year after participating in the handbike battle event, and they are still hand cycling, and they found a community also, so they can go hand cycling with other people from the handbike battle or from the rehab center, and that's really important as well. So it's not just okay, they train, they get fit, but what after that?
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, no, brilliant. That is perfect in time as well, so I'll wrap it up. Yeah, thanks. It's an inspiring talk and an inspiring project. Look forward to.
If other teams from other rehab centers in the UK will participate in the handbike battle, they are always welcome to get some information, and they come over in June, hopefully next June, if COVID is gone. We can go back to Austria to see what it is, or to go with a team. Everybody is welcome.
Sounds good.
So Sven, it's maybe a nice task for you there.
It sounds like a plan. Okay. Yeah, thanks a lot. So we'll continue with Dr. Claudio Pere. Pere is the next speaker. I see his video on. Very good. Claudio is a senior researcher in the Swiss Paraplegic Center in Nottwil in Switzerland, and he has worked with the whole range of physical capacity spectrum, so from Paralympic athletes to people in acute rehab. So he's really in a prime position to tell us about what lessons can we learn from elite athletes to then implement in the health promotion in more inactive populations. So today is going to indeed talk about that interplay between both populations. Over to you, Claudio.
So thanks a lot for the introduction. Yeah, I can cover the whole range. That's correct, but you make me a little bit of a headache to figure out some lessons learned from elite athletes for our patients concerning nutrition. However, I will start with a short introduction on spinal cord injury and its nutritional specific problems and consequences. And then I will focus on some potential nutritional interventions in this population. And I tried to figure out 5 lessons we learned from elite athletes, maybe for our patients with a spinal cord injury. And of course, you can use the chat to ask questions, which I hope will be answered at the end of this talk. So of course, all of you know that a spinal cord injury means a reduction, or in case of a complete lesion, the loss of motor, sensory, and vegetative function below the lesion level. And you can see here the spinal cord injury and the motor and sensory pathways, but of course also the sympathetic and parasympathetic nervous system. And as you can see, this disruption of the spinal cord and the spinal column will lead to some problems. And of course, there are also gastrointestinal complications involved in this field, but also many others. I will only focus on the gastrointestinal part. And the question always arises, does this have some consequences for nutritional intervention or for dietary interventions or advices? And this is a picture many of you maybe already know. This represents the gastrointestinal transit time in a person with a complete tetraplegia. And this is in a fasted state. And you can see that this uses about 21 hours to go through the whole gastrointestinal tract. If we compare the same investigation in an able-bodied person, the normal transit time is about 2 to 3 hours. And again, the question arises, does this have some consequences for nutrition or for dietary interventions? And even if you look in the non-fasted state, like the gastric emptying time and the colonic transit time, on the right side, the black bars, they represent persons with a spinal cord injury, and the gray bars represent able-bodied persons. And you can see there is a significant difference between the two groups, and the gastric emptying time as well as the colon transit time is much higher in the spinal cord injured population. Again, the same question, does this have consequences for nutritional interventions? And of course, you have further consequences which might have an implication on nutrition. So there is less active muscle mass available. There is mainly arm and shoulder muscles active. There is a difference in muscle fiber type distribution towards more type 1 muscle fibers in the non-paralyzed muscles. We have already heard today that there are changes in body composition, and there is a highly reduced resting energy expenditure. We did a study some years ago in 25 persons with a spinal cord injury, and we measured resting energy expenditure by indirect calorimetry already 2 weeks after the trauma, which was sometimes even at the emergency room. But so you can see that there is a huge drop in resting energy expenditure already in the first few weeks, which then stabilizes. But we did similar as Sonia did in her studies. Before we did a follow-up measurements 2.5 years after spinal cord injury, and we could see that the drop was even higher. So that means, of course, overweight can be a problem if these persons eat the same amount of calories than before the accident. And we have for this reason also an increased risk for obesity, but also for malnutrition, as we already heard this morning in a session. And again, the same question, you already know this. Are there consequences for nutritional interventions? And what can we do? What are potential interventions we can do in a clinic or in daily living? So of course, or what we often do is we do a dietary analysis based on a self-reporting questionnaire, for example, or based on photos. You can hand out questionnaires concerning, for example, the spinal nutritional screening tool to see if there is a risk of malnutrition. We try to measure resting energy expenditure based on indirect calorimetry. You can measure body composition. There exist, of course, different methods. So we are in a good position to have a DEXA in-house, but there are also other methods, of course, used. And based on this knowledge, maybe we can try to start interventions concerning weight management, which means, for example, exercise, which is one part. But if we look at the nutritional part, maybe we have to adapt the nutrition. And there is also an ongoing discussion, should we do dietary supplementations? So should we give, for example, vitamins or minerals, or should we not, or what should we do? And in the end, I think the most important thing is that nutritional counseling should be a must in a clinic. I know it's not so easy to do because there are limited financial resources, limited personal resources, but I think a nutritional counseling could help just to take all these interventions into account and to find the right intervention for the right patient. In the end, it should be individual. But then the question arises, which is what Sven asked me, could you give us some lessons learned from elite athletes? And the first lesson I was thinking about is about weight management. So I worked with an elite female wheelchair athlete, and her aim was to lose 1 kilogram of body mass, mainly fat mass, of course, in view of the New York City Marathon. Because the New York City Marathon is quite a hilly course, you have to cross bridges with elevations, and of course, each gram you don't have to push up this bridge, you will have an advantage. So we did a resting energy expenditure measurement, and I was expecting a low value, but this value I measured was surprisingly low. It was about 1,000 kilocalories. We also estimated the average daily energy expenditure based on a nutritional diary and based on training logs and so on. And it was about 1,600 kilocalories per day. So that means she can eat 1,600 kilocalories and training his or her 10 to 12 sessions per week and still only needs 1,600 kilocalories per day on average. And the challenge then was, if you want to lose 1 kilogram of fat, which is approximately 7,000 kilocalories, and you just do a simple calculation, that means if you want to lose it within 1 week, for example, you need to save or to reduce daily food consumption, for example, by 500 kilocalories, and you have to expand energy expenditure by training by 500 kilocalories. If you do this, then you will lose 1 kilogram within 1 week, which seems almost a mission impossible. So fortunately, we were discussing this several months, of course, or weeks before the New York City Marathon. And finally, we decided to find the following solution, that we reduced the daily caloric intake only by 200 kilocalories. The training sessions, we were not able to change the training, or I couldn't put more training load on her shoulders during this time because she already trained a lot, and this makes it difficult. So if you just do it by means of a caloric restriction and you do again the calculation, you need 4 to 5 weeks to lose this kilogram, which is possible then in this case. And ideally, you match the nutrition to the training sessions. So it makes no sense, for example, to do really hard training sessions in a fasted state, for example, in this case. So the first lesson learned means losing weight is not so easy and it needs time. And this is even true for elite athletes, or I would even go one step further and say it's maybe even more difficult for elite athletes than for patients, because normally in patients you have more possibilities just to increase the caloric output by means of exercise compared to the athletes. So the second lesson is concerning in general supplementation, or in this special example, the vitamin D. So we once measured the vitamin D status of our Swiss Paralympic team. And as you can see, there is, so on the graph, you will see the total serum vitamin D concentration and the months. So one means January up to December. And you can see, of course, a fluctuation over the months. In the summer months, we have a trend towards higher vitamin D levels. But in general, there are most of the athletes showed a really vitamin D deficiency. And we then tried to differentiate this according to summer and winter months. And you can see this difference is even higher in the winter months. And you already heard that this is a hot topic everywhere, vitamin D at the moment. And even in our patients, you can find in most of the patients a really low vitamin D status. So there are studies available which show that up to 93% of the patients with a spinal cord injury suffer from vitamin D deficiency. So our advice is, which is the second lesson learned, check the status regularly, and if needed, supplement the vitamin D. And based on this second lesson, the next lesson was coming up, because here the question arises, how much should I supplement? And this was a master's thesis at our institute, which was looking at wheelchair rugby players. And what they did is they were supplemented, if they were insufficient, they were supplemented with 6,000 international units per day over a period of 12 weeks. 6,000 international units, it's quite a high dosage. The normal recommendation is about 800 to 1,000 international units per day. And as you can see, after 6 weeks and after 12 weeks, we were able to reach a sufficient level of vitamin D status. But then we did a follow-up measurement for 12 weeks where no supplementation was given anymore. And you can see that the lines represent individual values. You can see that there is a huge drop in some athletes. In others, the drop is a little bit lower, but each athlete was dropping in his vitamin D status. So the next lesson learned might be you need to adapt the dosage to the needs. And this might be really different from general recommendations. This might be even different from individual to individual. And I think it's important to figure out or to regularly measure then the status, but also to figure out how much is needed. And in the case of vitamin D, I would say that normally you need higher dosages than recommended for able-bodied person. This is what I think, but we have to look in a study what is really the case in the end. The next lesson learned was concerning dose response and kinetics. This was a study from Terry Graham Paulson, which she did during her PhD, and she was also working with wheelchair rugby player on caffeine supplementation. And the athletes were provided with caffeine in a capsule before a competition or a test, and then they did a warm-up, and 60 minutes after the ingestion of the capsule, they started exercising. And the concentration of caffeine was measured before they took the capsule, before the warm-up after about 1 hour, and post-exercise. And the dotted line is the median or the mean of all athletes tested. But you can see there are huge differences in all these athletes. So there are some athletes who already metabolized all the caffeine post-exercise, whereas in others there was still an increase in the level of caffeine. And so that means you have to handle each athlete individually. It also could, of course, depend on lesion level, on completeness of the lesion, on if you're a caffeine user or not, which was not the case in this study. We couldn't find some relation between this. But you have to be careful what you are doing. And therefore, the fourth lesson learned is be aware of the inter-individual differences, but also be aware of the timing of when you are giving a supplement. The fifth lesson, also based on some supplementation studies with athletes, is related to side effects and interactions. And there can be a number of different interactions or side effects. Of course, many persons which are using the wheelchair use also medication, or they maybe drink grapefruit juice, or they drink beetroot juice, or they take caffeine. And all these supplements or the medication, they can influence each other. For example, grapefruit juice is metabolized over the same enzymatic system like a lot of medications, which mean that maybe the medication is metabolized faster than we expect. That's caffeine. I made already an example, but you can see that there is a huge frame for interaction. Some other advice is that more means not always better. This is especially true for fat-soluble vitamins, for example. And one other thing is also gastrointestinal problems we often experience in studies with athletes. So Joel Flurk did in her master's thesis, she wrote about sodium citrate ingestion and performance over 1,500 meters. And yeah, what we experienced in this study was that 5 out of 9 athletes had gastrointestinal problems after sodium citrate ingestion. And we used the same dosage as we normally use in able-bodied person. And maybe we have to think in further studies about changing things like that to avoid or to reduce gastrointestinal problems. Which brings me to the 5th lesson, which means keep side effects and interactions in mind, and if necessary, reduce dosage or adapt, for example, for fat-free mass. But at the moment, we have no clear clue how this should be done. So it's more a try and error than a real scientific background. It's just experience which we can see in daily life as well. So for the take-home message, in my opinion, there seems to be not so much difference between the general population and athletes with a spinal cord injury if we look at nutritional challenges. Of course, the athletes with spinal cord injury, they maybe have a little bit the higher resting energy expenditure, they have more muscle mass and so on, but the challenges maybe stay more or less the same. The complications, they stay more or less the same. That means we have to find individual solutions, but for this, we have to keep in mind interactions, side effects, dose responses, but also the SCI-specific complications we have, like pressure sores, like shoulder pain, like limited energy expenditure, and so on. And for me, nutritional counseling and regular assessments or also controls are a must. I think it really can help to control body composition or resting energy expenditure or the risk for malnutrition on a regular base. And I think there are also studies who show that under nutritional counseling, patients benefit much more from interventions than without. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Claudia. That was great. Really nice how you incorporated these lessons. And sorry for giving you a headache with us. So again, for everybody, please put your questions in the chat box. And yeah, I'll kick off whilst you do that. Yeah, with these lessons in mind, could you maybe elaborate a bit further how these lessons are incorporated in sort of daily practice in the rehab center that you work at, sort of more with the patient populations, in terms of, for example, vitamin D or the regular checkups that you mentioned at the end?
So concerning vitamin D, for example, we started the study with our patients, which consists of 2 projects. So the first one was just to measure vitamin D also in our patients without influencing them. So we just measured and we looked at the medical data to see if they were supplemented or not. So there is so in our clinic at the moment, there is no standardized schedule. So it depends on the medical doctor who treats the patients if he will be supplemented or not. And so what we want in the end is to implement this as a clinical standard, that every patient has maybe after 1 month in the clinic a vitamin D determination, and then it will be decided if we have to supplement or not. And so this is one thing which is knowledge transfer maybe from the study from the athletes. And then we have to decide or to figure out what could be a really good dosage for such a patient, or it maybe also depends on the starting level where this patient is, if we maybe supplement 1,000 units or 2,000 or whatever. So this is one thing. The other thing is something we try is that each patient, but also the relatives of these patients, that they get some nutritional counseling, that they become aware of the problems. Of course, we heard today from Stoke Mandeville that only every second patient got the counseling which of the obese patients, but I think it's even better if you already start before they are obese or before they become obese. So one goal should be that each patient gets standardized consulting from a dietitian at least once, or even better, 2 times during the rehabilitation process. Of course, in the moment, it's more a wish than reality, but we try to work on that topic, and also to make the clinic director and people which are responsible aware of that this may be a good investment in health of our patients. But it will be a long way until this goal will be reached.
Yeah, nice. That's a really good point, and that's something maybe we can bring over to the general discussion later as well. How people in Glasgow, for example, and Stoke Mandeville think of that. Just move on to questions in the chat. So Vicky asks, could you mention about blending foods and how it can be used to achieve faster absorption rates?
Can you repeat, please?
The question is, could you mention about blending of foods for faster absorption? Whether that is an option.
It's hard to say. No, I cannot answer you the question at the moment. So
so the next one is from Jordan. So he asked, do the gastrointestinal issues associated with SCI extend to impaired nutrition absorption?
No, we cannot generally say this because we sometimes did some studies with athletes, and we measured how much of the supplement ingested reached the bloodstream after a certain amount of time, for example, caffeine, and there were some differences, sometimes there were no differences between the patients and the able body control. So I think it's really an individual question. So you have to. So at the moment you have just to look at it, and ideally you should try to measure this. But of course you cannot do this in each patient. And you just live from experience. Maybe to come back to the question before. So maybe to enhance absorption, it might be easier to take the food like in liquid form, for example, if we talk about exercise or so, instead of solid forms or so, this could help a little bit, but yeah, it's just a suggestion.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. And then the final question is, I guess it's just studies in general that you've performed. So did you assess other serum nutrients, and if so, what were the conclusions? As a question from Natalie Healy.
Other serums?
Other serum nutrients. So maybe Natalie, if you want, you can clarify in by speaking as well, putting your microphone on, but I assume it's other than vitamin D, so other nutrients and other vitamins, for example.
No, so we did not measure, no. We were mainly looking at vitamin D, and of course during the studies we looked at caffeine, at sodium, and so on, but not. So we did not pick up several like magnesium or vitamin C or something like that. We didn't look at at the moment. Yeah, but might be a good option to see if they behave different compared to the ones we measured.
Yeah, that's maybe next projects. Okay, well, yeah, thanks a lot for this really nice overview, and indeed that connection between the two populations was really really insightful. So yeah, thanks. And for the last session, I'll give the word to Vicky again. So we have tried to have a general discussion where we can take in parts from all presentations of today, and also we would like to have your input there as well. So well, Vicky introduced it, but it would be nice to have really an interaction. So I'll give the word to Vicky.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find my button for starting things. Can you see my slide, Sven?
Yeah, that's good.
Okay, well, thanks everyone for bearing with us. I know it's a lovely day to get out into the sun, but if I just summarise this quickly on a slide that we've just quickly put together around some takeaway messages, and then we can perhaps open the floor to some discussion before people vanish off. So the takeaway messages that myself and Sven have sort of taken from today is, if we start with the morning session of James King and Tom Nightingale, then within James' session, we've just got a bullet point here that just basically said that acute appetite-related response seems not weakened in persons with spinal cord injury, and that more research is needed into matching of the daily energy expenditure and indeed the daily energy intake. And Tom Nightingale's session we summarised as being that physiological signals and individualised approach is needed towards more accurate energy expenditure estimation. If I just summarise those 2 points there for now before moving on to Sanford and Claire's session, has anyone got any additional comments you'd like to make or observations from James and Tom's session?
If you want, if you scroll down, there's also some remaining questions of these sessions. We could maybe...
Okay, let me just... Can
I jump in there and answer one of them, Vicky?
Yes.
Right. So I think there was a really good question about what approach do you take if trying to do the assessments in individuals with incomplete spinal cord injury. And I should have caveated that most of my slides were looking at motor complete wheelchair users for more than 75% of their time. So I haven't really encountered that problem, but it is a really important question. So there is a study we're doing at ICORD with Dr. Stacey Elliott, where we are recruiting both complete and incomplete participants. And it did create a headache when individuals might spend 50% of their time ambulating and 50% of their time using a wheelchair. So then what approach do you use? And for that study, we were using the Zurich Move motion sensors. So we asked the participants to wear the upper limb monitors for 2 days and then all 5 monitors to capture ambulation for another 2 days. But of course, you're then missing out on, if within each of those 2 days, some of that time is spent doing ambulation and some is wheelchair, you're then relying on the participant sort of reporting when they're doing certain activities, and you're back down the self-report route. So that's why one of my sort of take-home messages as well was maybe we need to really think about combining methodologies to get more of a complete, I guess, picture of what people are doing in free living. And it is inherently difficult in this population group, as another comment said, to be predicting physical activity energy expenditure. And we're trying to do our best as possible. But of course, it is a challenging field, and future research to move this forward is definitely needed.
Yeah, I mean, one thing actually that I didn't raise, Tom, from your presentation, because obviously I think you gave a really excellent overview of some of the gadgets and gizmos that are out there, obviously, for energy expenditure and also movement as such. And obviously I'm aware of Shiv's work. And even the minute you put something onto the arm, perhaps having a discussion with Sonia is, we know that, are you looking at the movement of the individual or the movement of the chair? And it's a combination of both, i.e., if you move your arms a lot more frequently, but your chair's going at the same fixed workload, and then you move your arms less, but the chair's going at the same workload, you could be under or overestimating some of the activities there. And Sonia, your app that you're developing obviously is an inertial sensor rather on the wheelchair, isn't it?
Now, in Derek's project, he's the PhD student on this project. He measured the acceleration with several activity monitors, also the Fitbit, but also Gene Active and some others, and also as well as the heart rate and energy expenditure. So we can combine these measures. Not the energy expenditure is of course the golden standard, but we have also the heart rate also from the Fitbit to see what works best. So I think it should be something with heart rate as well to get an indication of the intensity of the activity.
Yeah. And if we can get if we can get something that's sort of standardized in some way to be looking at physical activity, between research groups, then that still is something very useful for sharing data, which then does help with this. Even looking at now this sort of uncompleted questions from James. So if James and Jordan want to chip in, there was a question which was in the box that just said, was the injury level among your spinal cord injury participants similar? But if I remember rightly, you've got quite a wide variety of participants, didn't you, in that study?
Yeah, in the validation studies, we did have quite a mix. So yeah, and we actually didn't test anyone with tetraplegia. So I think there's probably a bit of a gap there for the validation of these tools. But you raised a great point about the standardization of the approaches. And I think the jump monitor, which it's now called, but it's also Zurich Move, which has been developed from the Zurich group. That is probably, because it's developed specifically for people with mobility impairments, it could be a way to standardize across groups. I think they're using it for the EMSCI study across different centers, and that's a fairly new device. So whether that takes off in the coming years, and they have accelerometers on the wrist, on both wrists, but then also the movement sensor on the wheel as well. So that's hopefully tackling some of the questions that you raised at the start about capturing the chair and the upper limb movement at the same time. So I guess kind of watch this space with that monitor.
Yeah. And James, how did you look at the habitual exercise when you were doing your study with Jordan?
I'm not sure we did, to be quite honest. We obviously, within the context of the day, the participants were just confined to the lab, but I don't believe that we actually really made that much effort to try and get a gauge of habitual physical activity, really because it was very much an exploratory study, and we essentially had to take whoever we could get a hold of really for this first study. Jordan might recall better than myself, but I don't think we really made much of an effort to really standardize it in this study.
Yeah, no, that's right. We basically just had quite a loose criteria for all our participants of just being recreationally active. So we didn't go for anyone that, especially in the able-bodied control group, that were considered athletes or doing lots of vigorous exercise each week. So we just had a very loose standardization for that.
Yeah, it's possible in able-bodied research to show, if you take, people who are really active versus those who are, very sedentary, you do see differences in appetite regulation, gut peptides, and all sorts of different things. So if you were doing a gold standard study, you definitely want to make sure you've got a homogeneous population. But I guess just due to the recruitment difficulties we've already mentioned a few times today, we just sort of took all comers for this first study.
Okay, so just going back to some additional highlights and questions for some discussion. I don't know whether I'm going to put someone on the spot now, and this is obviously a chairperson prerogative that I can now see who's on the call. But is that Yasmin I'm going to pronounce your name wrong, but is that you from Canada on the call here, hiding away on the in the audience? Maybe she's not going to answer me. No. Okay.
She isn't. Can I just jump in and maybe to?
Yeah, no, it's fine. I was going to bring her into one of the questions actually, but yeah, you fire away.
Yeah,
Sven.
maybe while she finds her video, I just maybe a similar approach, but just talking about these gadgets indeed, and how we measure energy expenditure and intake as well. Like it's all academically really interesting, but I was wondering what the viewpoint on these gadgets is from like a clinical perspective. So, for example, Claire Lincoln, I don't know if you're still around, but in terms of how you use that in the acute rehab, like is that something you are looking for? Is that something that could be part of like general practice?
Thing that we're using routinely at the moment, but we are actually looking to be funded for a study where we're looking at physical activity across the spectrum. So it's me that asked the question earlier about protocols for people who walk versus people who use a wheelchair versus people who do a mix of both. So it's definitely something we're looking at, and we were actually just speaking this week about the best way to, or the best sort of type of activity monitors to use. So that's definitely something I'll be following up on with the experts from today.
That's great. I mean, from the exercise guidelines work, Claire, I mean, that was something that when Anthony Papathomas did some of the narrative inquiries around building exercise guidelines for persons with a spinal cord injury, is that he had a group of incomplete ambulance spinal cord injured persons, and they felt very sort of left out. They sort of said that they were the in-betweeners because they felt that they perhaps can't push 20 to 30 minutes of sustained activity, but yet didn't want to necessarily be in a wheelchair to do that activity because of obviously the psychosocial things of losing their identity of pushing the wheelchair. So again, it's a very sort of fine balance of trying to put together, like I think even Sven was nudging around the impairment specific guidance that we might give depending on the level and completeness.
Yeah, no, and I think it's just something that we do. Like I say, we do these kind of circuit classes for those people who maybe do some walking and you do some wheelchair use, and try and do a mix of standing based exercises, maybe doing short bursts with a rest and then having that cumulative total, rather than going for one, which is not, I suppose it's interpreting the guidelines in a different way. But yeah, that's part of what we had looked at with the acute group as well, was trying to fill the gaps with the incompletes and with the acute group with the guidelines.
Yeah, okay. So just move on then to your sort of section, Claire, with Sanford. Obviously, some of the notes that myself and Sven took was that Sanford was sort of suggesting that maybe current guidance from a nutritional point of view may not be applicable for persons with a spinal cord injury. And obviously, Claudio's come in since to, I guess, just challenge the fact that maybe some aspects might be, but certainly nutritional counselling is very, very important to take obviously all the interventions into consideration. And obviously from Claudio's point of view, he's working with highly trained individuals where maybe those margins and possible losing of weight is harder than those people who maybe come through rehabilitation. But I recall there was a question in the box, in the chat box, where somebody mentioned something about putting on weight. Is there some people with a clinical background still on the call that could enlighten us around obviously aspects during the spinal cord injury rehabilitation where you might be looking to encourage people to eat more? Possibly not. I'm just throwing out a few questions there.
I can add if it's helpful. I'm Natalie Lee, I'm a clinician.
Okay, yes, thanks.
Sorry, my dog has a squeaky toy in the background. The incidents where you'd look to gain weight in a hospital setting, obviously, is malnutrition. So there's highly prevalent with a sarcopenic problem across both acute and chronic patients. So what we typically see is patients measured with the spinal specific tool who appear often low in weight anyway. So you can see it from BMI. We define them as malnourished and try and build them up. So if their BMI was less than 18.5, so that would be a case for weight gain. It's difficult to know whether we'd ever meet a therapeutic goal, because you ultimately, and particularly the high tetraplegic patients, you ultimately gain fat mass and not regain muscle mass. So it's a bit double-edged, actually. When we've measured our patients, we find that they just go from 1 degree of sarcopenic obesity, even being underweight, to a sort of greater degree of sarcopenic obesity. So it's difficult, but we'd certainly, you know, with the lack of any other evidence to suggest otherwise, we would certainly build someone up if their BMI was low.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting one that you just mentioned then, and James, who's got tremendous experience in the clinical world as an exercise physiologist around appetite and energy balance, and obviously would put his hand up to say that he's new to learning about persons with a spinal cord injury. But you obviously, and Samford, have just mentioned BMI. In clinical practice, is BMI one of the strongest way that you categorize individuals into sort of categories as such, or is there practice where you're beginning to build in more waist circumference? Because again, Claudio, I know that some of his colleagues at the Swiss Paraplegic Research Centre, they've done quite a lot of work around waist circumference, and obviously that being quite a nice sensitive marker for persons with a spinal cord injury. But in the UK, I do hear a lot about BMI still being almost like the tool to put people into categories.
Yeah, I would say, so it's not again, I would say that BMI is still the most widely used tool. In our sense, we use bioelectrical impedance as well. And we'll also use waist circumference and other measures like tricep skin fold and MUAC. The tricep skin fold and MUAC in the acute population, there's a definite disparity between the measurements you get in the arms and then the obvious abdominal obesity. So waist circumference probably a bit more specific. But it's difficult. If someone had a high waist circumference but still a low BMI, it would be very difficult to deny them aggressive nutrition support or to try and push for weight reduction with that, you know, with that sole indicator alone. So you'd have to collect half a dozen different parameters, one of which would be BMI, I think, before you made a conclusion or to categorize them. Yeah.
James, have you got anything to add to that or not? Because obviously, I mean, that was one discussion that you've been having with Jordan quite a lot. And obviously, I mean, Tom would have experience as well in terms of when we're trying to put together studies and you might have different groups and matching with an able-bodied control. Is that sort of comparative group and how you put them together?
I think from the able-bodied world, I mean, BMI is still really important because quite often it's one of the metrics that determines whether you're eligible within your local area to get access to various treatments, particularly sort of weight loss support. So, you know, BMI is very much the clinical sort of metric that is used for that sort of thing. Obviously, it's better if we can get more detailed measurements on people, but it's what's possible given the facilities and things like that.
Okay. So just on that note, just whilst we're sort of wrapping up, has anyone got any sort of quick comments or observations? I mean, this is the first sort of symposium that we've ran where we're sort of trying to, again, build upon our expertise of bringing staff members together, academics, clinicians, etc. And we're more than happy to learn from others in the audience. So please just, you know, pop your camera on and just let us have any feedback or other areas that you'd like us to sort of try and work towards.
Whilst people think that over, I just see a question from Anthony Twist, and maybe he wants to clarify that just verbally, but he says, I agree with Dr. Perret about prevention, and they do group sessions on healthy eating with patients in the rehab. And he said he could do with long-term support. And I think that's one aspect that is quite interesting that came back in a few sessions about this counseling and diet support. And I wonder what the thoughts are indeed of the clinicians, how we could incorporate that in clinical practice, and what would these sessions look like, and what do we need to get there in a way. So that's maybe a discussion point we could
got Anthony here now.
Yeah, I'm in the library, so I won't be long. I just, yes, we have before COVID, we had a monthly session. We use a Stoke Mandeville booklet, and we go through that with patients to try and prevent them getting too overweight. And I think that is the key thing is the prevention. And once you've got the weight on, it's very difficult to get the weight off because of the reduced calorie expenditure. So that is something which I think is something we can all do. Is probably is already common practice for you to do group sessions at least once, but you need to continue that to the long term and either locally or we have.
Perhaps lost Anthony now, and also I was perhaps struggling to hear fully. Did anyone catch that?
No, I had the same need. Maybe Claudio, could you elaborate a bit more on the session? You said you have cooking sessions as well.
Yes. So
I think that
we have a program sometimes, so every second year or so, where we go with the patients into the kitchen and try to learn them how they should cook. They sometimes also invite the relatives. So like if there are young people, they maybe invite their mother or so. And they just learn how to cook maybe easy meals, easy to cook meals which are healthy and maybe low of calories, or how they could maybe save some sugar or salt or things like that. And it's like a, how is it called? I don't know the word in English at the moment. So it's public health management or something like that, but just for the patients. So it's like you go to a workshop somewhere outside. We do it just in our clinic for some of our patients who are interested. And these courses, they are really booked quite fast. So it seems really to be a need. But I think the easiest way to make progress in everything is just to take the patient by the hand and to guide him. And it's much more easier if they can do something practically than just if they have a presentation about how important nutrition is, because everyone knows maybe that this is important, that you shouldn't eat too much fat and things like that, but how to handle it then with a disability and so on is maybe much more difficult for these persons.
And Claire, I think you might have been joining us on that one, but there was obviously a remaining question to you that was basically what your thoughts were on combining physical activity counselling with diet counselling. Do you want to pass any comment on that?
Yeah, I mean, I think just from the presentations today, it's, you know, doing one is good, but doing both is far better and far more effective. So they really do go hand in hand. And certainly through the session we use in our unit, the session is titled Staying Healthy After Spinal Injuries. So we talk about being physically active, we talk about diet, not just in terms of weight management, but skin nutrition, bowel habits and that side of it as well. And rather than the health professionals giving the message, again, it's peer support, talking about how they manage their diet, how they cook at home, which I guess following on from the previous point, how they manage their shopping, how they manage their cooking, and how they manage their eating as well. So yeah, absolutely, they need to work together.
Yeah, that's great. I mean, I'm getting the sense that people obviously are drifting out and obviously got other commitments and emails backed up on computers. So on that note, I would like to thank Sven for obviously putting together today. He's had enough announcements, but at the same time, I'd like to thank the sort of two other chair people that didn't speak. So that's Vicky Middleton and also Jordan Fenton for chairing the two sessions. I think we've done an excellent job of keeping to time. So that's been great that it's ran quite smoothly, albeit it was my video that didn't work in the end. And actually I did trial that this morning and it did work and then didn't work. So that's a lesson learned from me. So I'd also like to thank obviously the speakers. So thanks again to James, thanks to Tom, I think Sanford did pass his apologies that he's actually gone back to work rather than staying on the symposium. Again, thank you to Claire. Thanks to Sonia, and thanks very much to Claudio. Sven, have you got just a final comment to wrap up?
Yeah, no, it was brilliant to have you all together indeed. And yeah, I learned a lot, and I hope the same for you. And I hope we can very much continue these conversations and start working. I think it's nice how collaborations sort of hopefully start to emerge, and how we can work together, not only in the UK, but abroad as well. So yeah, hope we can continue the conversation.
I think the session has been videoed, because we actually have had a request from the Korean Paralympic Committee that they would like to house this on their sort of web pages to share with their practitioners around engaging more at a physical activity level. So hopefully there will be a video soon that will be attached and shared. So because you've registered, I believe that you may get notification of where that video is and where it's housed. So I'm more than happy for you to share that. At the same time, we won't necessarily do an official evaluation for today, or I don't believe we are, but if anyone has any informal comments or recommendations for future things, or want to connect with people, obviously we can't share emails, but we can maybe just try and do some introductions and connections to obviously work all together of moving this agenda forward. Then feel free to email the Peter Harrison Centre or find the email direct for myself or Sven. So on that note, I'll let everyone vanish and have a good afternoon, nice evening, and just stay fit and healthy. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.